Chapter 1801. Master, it's a success. At this moment, the green ox's figure appeared in front of Xia Ping. At this moment, the green ox's figure was almost solid, as if it had a physical body. It emitted a powerful aura. Indistinctly, ancient green runes appeared on its body, as if they were supreme scriptures. Has the rainbow divine stone been digested? Xia Ping asked. Yes. The refining process was very smooth. After devouring the 7-colored divine stone, the bead of mountains and rivers has mostly recovered. Although it has yet to fully recover to its peak state, it already possesses the charm of a sacred artifact. The green ox was very excited. It felt that it had finally recovered the power of its peak. Immediately, a green bead appeared in front of Xia Ping. The bead spun in midair, and there seemed to be a chaotic vortex deep inside. It was unfathomable. Xia Ping reached out and felt that the pearl of mountain and river was indeed completely different from before. It emitted a rich spatial aura, as if it had merged with the surrounding void. However, it was unique and had its own system. Boom! He immediately sent his divine sense into it. With a dong, he suddenly realized that the space inside the pearl of mountain and river had undergone a tremendous change. First, the volume of the pearl of mountain and river had increased. It was more than 10,000 times larger than before, as if there was an extra piece of land out of thin air. The land area alone was equivalent to the size of a star field. Of course, most of the land area was barren. There were no plants or animals, but the land was extremely fertile. It was all condensed from the 9 heavens growing soil. As long as Xia Ping wanted to, he could turn the land into a world of plants at any time. Not bad, the land area has expanded. Xia Ping was very satisfied. This way, he could continue to expand the land area for crystal fragrant rice, golden corn, and other spiritual plants, as well as many spiritual herbs, to produce more spiritual herbs and spiritual grains. Even the barbaric dragon rabbits and dragon trees he caught could be used to expand the population. Secondly, the density of the spiritual qi in the pearl of mountain and river was more than 100 times stronger than before. It seemed to have recovered most of the functions of the pearl of mountain and river, and it also had the ability to communicate with dimensional spaces. He could feel that the pearl of mountain and river seemed to communicate with thousands of dimensional spaces, opening up spatial passageways. It absorbed energy from the depths of the void and poured it into the pearl of mountain and river, filling it with energy at all times. This also allowed the space of the pearl of mountains and rivers to maintain its peak state at all times. Of course, these were nothing. They were just minor details. What made Xia Ping the happiest was that the bead of mountains and rivers had healed most of its injuries, and it had finally condensed the third array diagram, which was also the strongest array diagram of the bead of mountains and rivers. It could be said to be the core of the bead of mountains and rivers. This formation was called the Yellow River of 9 Bends. Back then, the mountain river saint had relied on this formation diagram to become invincible. Once the 9 Bends Yellow River diagram appeared, it immediately shocked the universe, causing countless saints to be fearful and wary. This formation contained the secrets of nature, the mechanisms of life and death, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams on the outside, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. Within this formation were the 3 powers, the mysteries of heaven and earth. Within it was the immortal bewitching pill, the immortal seal mantra, the ability to lose the spirit of an immortal, the soul of an immortal, the form of an immortal, the aura of an immortal, the original form of an immortal, and the limbs of an immortal. When immortals enter this place, they become mortals, and when mortals enter this place, they die. Among the 9 tunes, none of them were straight. The tunes contain the wonders of creation and the secrets of immortals. No matter what kind of saint he was, he would not be able to escape from this. Boom! Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately activated his spiritual power and poured it into the depths of the mountain river pearl. Immediately, the third formation diagram, the Yellow River of 9 Bends Yellow River diagram appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, the yellow rivers stretched across the void, with 9 bends and 18 bends. They were arranged according to the positions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams in an orderly manner, enveloping the void and containing the power of the three powers. When this formation diagram was formed, it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the void. Xia Ping could feel how terrifying this formation diagram was. Once an enemy entered it, it would be like entering a maze. The formation would change at any time, and the enemy would not be able to escape from it at all. Moreover, the yellow rivers were filled with a terrifying corrosive aura. If one stayed in this formation for too long, one would be contaminated by the aura of the yellow springs. Their primordial spirit would weaken, and they would die from the decay of the heavens. What a powerful formation diagram! Xia Ping was shocked. He felt that this formation diagram was extremely mysterious, as if it was a connate formation. It contained the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the changes of the universe. It was unfathomable, chaotic, and ancient. Master! The green ox sighed emotionally. Actually, when old Master refined this pearl of mountains and rivers back then, he once said that the pearl of mountains and rivers had not been completely refined. The final 9 bends yellow river diagram still lacked some materials before it could be considered completely refined. If old Master had completely refined the pearl of mountains and rivers back then, he might not have died. What materials are you lacking? Xia Ping asked curiously. Yellow Springs River water. The green ox looked at Xia Ping and said in a deep voice, only when the Yellow Springs River water from the depths of hell fuses with the yellow river diagram can this formation diagram be considered to be successfully condensed. It contains the power of the Yellow Springs of hell. Countless Yellow Springs River water will erupt and instantly send saints to reincarnation. After thousands of cleanses, they will completely become mortals and be invincible. It was extremely yearning. It's a pity that the Yellow Springs River water is too difficult to find. In fact, old Master couldn't even find where hell is back then, the green ox said helplessly, expressing that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Yellow Springs River water. Upon hearing these words, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. Although the mountain river saint did not find the Yellow Springs River back then and did not find the location of hell, he found it now. If he entered the depths of hell and found the Yellow Springs River that traversed the void and passed through hell, he would definitely be able to increase the power of the Mountain River Pearl to an unprecedented realm. Even if it was upgraded to a Peerless Sage artifact and its power increased by hundreds of times, it would not be a big problem. However, even if he did not obtain the Yellow Springs River water now, with just this formation diagram, Xia Ping would be invincible. He could even challenge those of a higher realm and completely suppress thunder tribulation eminences. Xia Ping, I succeeded too. At this moment, Corinne's voice also sounded. It was full of energy and was extremely excited. Succeeded? What does that mean? Could it be that the stars has been repaired? Xia Ping was a little surprised. Yes, it's been successfully repaired. The stars has now been restored to its peak. Corinne appeared, looking pleased with himself. At this moment, his figure was also not ordinary. It seemed to have condensed and had a physical body. His body emitted specks of starlight, and the depths of his body contained majestic astral energy. Although Corinne was an intelligent brain, he was also considered the star's artifact spirit. Chapter 1802. Didn't you say it would take a few more months? Xia Ping asked. I thought so at first, but those materials are too useful, and I also obtained a large number of space stones. At the same time, my inspiration multiplied, and my maintenance ability improved qualitatively, thus speeding up the repair speed. Corinne was proud, indicating that it was all thanks to him. Where is the stars? Xia Ping could not wait to see what the repaired stars would look like. After all, it would be his ride in the future. It's here. Corinne waved his hand, and a black spaceship immediately appeared in front of Xia Ping. It was streamlined and had a very sci-fi appearance, emitting an inexplicable sage aura. In fact, the stars had been built by sages with countless materials, and it could be considered a sage artifact. Xia Ping, this is the stars at its peak. Come and take a look. Corinne was very excited and immediately introduced the stars. First of all, the stars, which had been repaired, was more than 10 times faster than before. Once it started to move at full speed, even if an ordinary sage wanted to catch up, they would not be able to catch up. It surpassed the speed of light. Next, its defense ability had also been greatly improved. Some of the holes on the spaceship were also quickly repaired, reaching a perfect state. Even if it was attacked by an ordinary sage, it would not be able to damage the spaceship for a while. Amazing! Xia Ping was very satisfied. It could be said that the increased speed and defense of the spaceship alone were completely worth the precious materials he had used. With this spaceship, as long as he did not offend too terrifying an enemy, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Of course, this is just some insignificant abilities of the stars at its peak. The reason why this spaceship is so powerful and is regarded as a treasure by the Old Master is mainly because it has two abilities. Corinne stretched out two fingers. Xia Ping blinked and listened attentively. The first is a life-saving ability. Corinne said in a deep voice, "It can move hundreds of millions of light-years away in an instant. Even a sage can't catch up. This is an extremely powerful life-saving ability." Keep bragging. If it's really so powerful, why did the star's sages die? Green Ox said in disdain. Stupid cow, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Hearing these words, Corinne was so angry that he wanted to use a sewing machine to sew the Green Ox's mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, "The reason why Old Master died is because this ability has a huge shortcoming. After using it once, it will take at least 1,000 years to recover." Back then, in order to avoid being hunted down, Old Master had already used this ability once, and it hasn't been used a second time in the past 1,000 years. But now that the enemy is here again, they won't be able to escape. I see. Xia Ping came to a sudden realization. This was indeed a weakness, but it was not a huge one. It was already quite good to have such a life-saving ability. Even if he needed a lot of time to recover, it was worth it. The second is the ability to attack. Corinne continued to introduce the myriad stars. All the cannon muzzles on the myriad stars as well as the attack system have been repaired. These cannon muzzles are the myriad stars sect's famous starlight cannon. There were tens of thousands of these starlight cannons on the multi-star. If they were fired at the same time, thousands of starlight cannons could blast out and destroy countless planets in an instant. Of course, the starlight cannon also has its drawbacks. That is, it consumes star energy. Once it's depleted, it will take a long time to replenish. Starlight cannon. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He had been looking forward to the weapon system on the myriad stars for a long time, and now he finally got Corinne to repair the starlight cannons. He reckoned that in the future, just by relying on this spaceship, his firepower would be equivalent to a fleet. It needs to consume energy again. It seems that it's a big energy consumer. Without star energy, it's just a big coffin. The Green Ox despised, directly poking at Corinne's weak spot. Bullshit, as if your mountain river pearl doesn't need to consume energy. Corinne exploded with anger. The myriad stars has a system that automatically absorbs star energy. Even if the energy stored in the spaceship is depleted, it can automatically recover after a period of time. Even if we can find a large number of star stones, we don't need to absorb the star energy in the depths of the void and can directly use it. In the end, it's still a waste of money. It's just a prodigal toy. The Green Ox despised. How can a broken spaceship compare to the mountain river pearl? This is a golden pheasant mother that can produce money. It's obviously more beneficial to the owner. Bullshit. Corinne gritted his teeth. So what if it's a golden pheasant mother? What's the use in encountering danger? At critical moments, we still have to rely on the myriad stars. There's no need to worry even if we encounter a strong enemy. There's no need to rely on the myriad stars. The mountain river pearl is enough. With that broken toy, it's superfluous. The Green Ox was not to be outdone. Just like that, the two of them quarreled with each other, neither giving in to the other. In the end, it was Xia Ping who stopped the two of them. However, for him, having these two sage-level treasures was like adding wings to a tiger. No matter which one it would be of great help to him. At that moment, a figure flickered and appeared in front of Xia Ping. It was a lowly in a black gothic costume, Luna. She blinked her big eyes. Master, hungry. Luna said to Xia Ping. Hungry? Xia Ping touched his chin. He could sense the desire in the depths of Luna's heart. It was not hunger, but the hunger in the depths of her heart. This was the desire to develop dependence in her body. In fact, this was the deepest expression of the genes in the body of a zombie beast. It would instinctively expand its population and enhance its strength. This was like the insect queen, but because of Xia Ping's suppression, she also suppressed her instinct. But now, she was a little unable to suppress it, so she took the initiative to come out. This is also good. I should have found a lot of Yanhuang planet martial artists now. You can turn them into your dependents. Xia Ping said to Luna, and then he immediately went back to inform his father to gather many human martial artists who wanted to become stronger. All of them gathered on Yanhuang planet. A few days later, Luna had developed at least 50 million dependents, turning this group of Yanhuang planet humans into creatures with the bloodline of zombie beasts. Their bodies contained a strong will to devour. They could even become stronger by eating food that contained energy. Of course, if this group of people became stronger, Luna would also become stronger. This was a race like a whole. These human kings were also sent out to the universe by Xia Ping to train in the universe. He believed that as long as they did not die, they could grow up quickly, and their cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds. He was afraid that after a period of time, he would have a terrifying army in his hands. At the same time, taking advantage of these few days, Xia Ping also went to the vicinity of the storm forbidden zone and used an array to temporarily cover up the safe space passage. He believed that in the future, no one could pass through that passage except for himself. In this way, Yanhuang planet would be much safer. Beep. Chapter 1803. A few days later, on a primitive planet in the southern universe, numerous stars slowly landed on the planet, and Tu Linglong and Green Luan happened to be waiting for Xia Ping on the planet. There's a palace here. It seems quite extraordinary. Xia Ping walked out of stars and looked up. He immediately saw a majestic and ancient palace in front of him, exuding an unfathomable aura of vicissitudes and holiness. He could tell at a glance that the palace was not simple, and it appeared on such an ordinary planet. No matter how he looked at it, it was very unusual. The reason why he came to this place was that Tu Linglong and Qing Wan invited him to discuss something in detail, but they could not talk face to face through the communicator, lest the walls were eavesdropping. Therefore, Xia Ping drove the spaceship directly to the southern universe, where Tu Linglong and the others were. Of course it's extraordinary. This is the famous monster temple of our demon race. Bumpkin, you've learned something new. Tu Linglong proudly introduced with her hands on her hips. Oh, why would the monster temple appear in this place? Xia Ping asked curiously. It's just a random appearance. Qing Wan explained, the whereabouts of the monster temple are not fixed. It will appear in various places in the universe at any time according to its mood. This is just a place where the monster temple is temporarily staying. It will leave this place after a while. I see. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. It turned out that it was just a temporary place to stay. He looked at Qing Wan and Tu Linglong and went straight to the point. Hearing that you two are in such a hurry, I wonder what you two are looking for me for? Do you know that I'm usually very busy? If you don't have anything important to look for me, I'm afraid you'll have to compensate me. Compensate my ass. Shameless. Tu Linglong said disdainfully, what else do you have to do? You're just a bully and cause trouble everywhere. You're exactly the kind of person that people like you are. You still have the nerve to say that you're very busy and like a president. Do you still have any shame, Xia Ping? This is the attitude you have when you're asking for help. It seems that you don't want me to help you. Xia Ping looked at Tu Linglong with a smile. Hearing this, Tu Linglong was furious. She was once again caught by this bastard. Now that she was asking for help, how could she still be arrogant? What's wrong? Don't you need to apologize for saying something wrong? How can the mighty saintess of the rabbit race be so unreasonable? Xia Ping was insatiable. Seeing Xia Ping's complacent expression, Tu Linglong was so angry that she wanted to bite him to death. How could there be such a bad human in this world? His skin was even thicker than the city walls. However, she still endured it because she really needed Xia Ping's help. She gritted her teeth and said, "I was a little loud and a little impulsive just now. I'm really sorry." These words were basically squeezed out from the gaps between her teeth. Ahem, all right, enough with the idle chatter. Let's get down to business. Qin Luan coughed and changed the topic calmly. Actually, we invited you here because of a dangerous task given to us by the Demon Divine Temple recently. I'm afraid we need your help with this task. It's a mission from the Demon Saint Hall. Can outsiders help us? Xia Ping asked curiously. Of course, not every task will work. Only a few of them will. After all, sometimes, networking and friendship are also a kind of power. This is also one of the tests of the Demon Temple. Qin Luan said. Well, what exactly is the task? Xia Ping looked at Qin Luan. Qin Luan said seriously, have you heard of the black hole worm? Black hole worm. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He had read many secret histories of the universe and illustrations of various fierce beasts. Naturally, he had heard of the 3 words, black hole worm. You're talking about the legendary primordial alien worm, the black hole worm. It is said that they are naturally proficient in the law of space and feed on space energy. They often dig space passages and survive in the void. Xia Ping said in a deep voice, in the primordial era, the black hole worm was refined by many powerful people and kept as pets. They continuously open stable space passages, connecting different parts of the universe, as well as planetary passages, and even to dimensional spaces. To be honest, when he knew about the existence of the black hole worm, he also wanted to refine a black hole worm and make it his own pet because it was really useful. Once he had a black hole worm, he could build stable space passages, which would be of great benefit to the development of various major regions. It was simply too close, but still worlds apart. After all, the universe was too vast and boundless. Who knew how long it would take to travel from one star field to another? But if he could open up a stable wormhole, it would be completely different. He could completely use the space passage to reach another star field in the shortest distance, saving a lot of time. It could be said that having a black hole worm was equivalent to having a huge amount of wealth. He could open up a rich space passage, and just controlling a space passage would allow him to obtain a huge amount of wealth. Unfortunately, in the primordial era, these primordial alien worms that ran amok in the universe were hunted and killed indiscriminately by countless powerful people, thus becoming extinct. Until today, they had long disappeared, becoming one of the countless species that had disappeared in the universe. Of course, the reason why Xia Ping wanted to obtain the black hole worm was not to open up a space passage and earn a lot of wealth. He wanted to open up a space passage between Hell and the Gaia dimension, creating an eternal tunnel that would allow him to enter the Hell dimension at any time. This way, he could continuously hunt Hell creatures and obtain a large amount of soul energy. That's right, the primordial alien worm, the black hole worm. The Green Luan nodded. There are many space passages in the universe, and they were all excavated by the black hole worm in the primordial era. They have become the main transportation channels connecting the major star fields. Although space passages also appear in the universe from time to time, the problem is that these space passages are too unstable and can collapse at any time. They are extremely dangerous, and if you're not careful, you might be swept into spatial turbulence and die without a complete corpse. That's why the black hole worm's ability is so precious, and it's fought over by countless powerful people. It has become a truly rare creature. You suddenly mentioned the black hole worm. Could it be that your mission is closely related to the black hole worm? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. It's not as simple as closely related, it's directly related. Our mission is to capture a black hole worm and form a contract with it. The Green Luan explained the contents of her mission. Wait, didn't the black hole worm go extinct in the primordial era? How are you going to form a contract with it? Chapter 1804. Of course not. If the black hole worm is really extinct, the Demon Saint Temple wouldn't have issued this mission because it's impossible to complete. If that's the case, then where are the black hole worms? Xia Ping asked immediately. They don't live in an ordinary universe, but in the demon realm. Qing Wan said in a deep voice. Demon realm? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this term. This is actually not a secret. If you ask around a little, you will also know about the existence of the demon realm. The Green Phoenix continued. The so-called demon realm is a huge dimensional world created by many demon sages. They extracted many dimensional spaces and used supreme secret techniques to fuse these dimensional worlds together, causing the area of this world to be extremely vast, boundless, and rich in materials. Many descendants of the demon royal family live in the demon realm, which is the true base camp of the demon race. In fact, it's not just the demon race that has such a dimensional world. Other races also have it, such as the dragon realm where the dragon race lives, the Qilin realm where the Qilin race lives, the Taotai realm where the Taotai race lives, the giant realm where the giant race lives, the phoenix realm where the phoenix race lives, and so on. They are all famous dimensional worlds. At this point, she paused and looked at Xia Ping. This time, the Demon Saint Temple sensed that a black hole worm is about to appear in the demon realm. That's why they issued this mission. They want us to go to the demon realm and contract a black hole worm. But once the black hole worm appears, it will definitely attract countless old monsters. Once they make a move, we won't have any hope, so we have to find outside help. She knew what had happened to Xia Ping recently. He was a returning Truth Realm Almighty with unparalleled battle power and all kinds of secret treasures to protect himself. Even Transcendence Realm Almighties were not his match. So, this was a powerful outside help. There was hope that they could snatch the black hole worm from the crowd. That's true, but I also want the black hole worm. Xia Ping said his idea. This is not a big problem. There might be more than 1 or 2 black hole worms appearing this time. There will be a large number of them. The Green One said, 2 Linglong and I only need 1 black hole worm each. If we can get more, then they'll all belong to you. She looked at Xia Ping and stated her condition. All right, I agree to this condition. Where is the demon realm? How do I get in? Xia Ping immediately agreed. After all, if it wasn't for Qing Wan and 2 Linglong leading the way and providing information, he probably wouldn't have known about the birth of the black hole worm. If he could obtain extra black hole worms, it wouldn't be a problem to split 1 or 2 of them. That's good. Hearing Xia Ping's agreement, Green Phoenix smiled slightly. It's very difficult for ordinary people to enter the demon realm. After all, the entire demon realm is guarded by the demon saint. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to sneak in. Moreover, the spatial coordinates of the demon realm are constantly changing. But it's different with the demon temple. It can break through the defense of the demon realm silently and accurately lock onto the position of the demon realm. It can teleport us into the demon realm. After completing the task, we can teleport back immediately. It's very convenient. I see. When are we leaving? Xia Ping asked. We'll rest for 2 hours before we set off. We've already wasted too much time waiting for you to arrive. It won't be long before the black hole worm emerges, so we can't waste any more time here. The Green Phoenix said seriously. No problem at all. I've already made preparations and can set off at any time. Xia Ping said. 2 hours later, 2 Linglong and Green Phoenix were already prepared. Both of them formed seals with their hands, seemingly communicating with the demon temple. Immediately, the entire demon saint temple trembled, and ancient restrictive formations appeared one after another. An enormous and unmatched energy instantly enveloped Xia Ping, 2 Linglong and Qing Wan. The next second, this ball of green energy enveloped the 3 of them. It immediately broke through space and turned into an energy ball. It was unknown how many layers of dimensional spaces had been broken in it. Xia Ping could see the huge dimensional spaces that he had passed through appearing in front of him like flashing lights. They were constantly flashing, just like looking at flowers on horseback. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Xia Ping's body shook. He immediately saw that he was approaching a huge eggshell made of energy. This was a huge dimensional world. The surroundings of this dimensional world seemed to be filled with densely packed restrictive arrays, which produced chains of order one after another. It seemed that if any enemy dared to approach it, they would immediately be struck by lightning. However, this ball of green energy completely ignored the defenses of this dimensional world. It was as if it had the same source of energy. It easily penetrated the barrier of this world. Soon, the three of them appeared in this world and stood on a piece of land. This is the demon realm. Xia Ping was very shocked. Although he could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, and had entered many secret realms in the past, he had never seen such a vast world. It was boundless, and the mountains and rivers were magnificent and beautiful. At first glance, many mountains rose from the ground and pierced into the sky. The mountain range stretched endlessly. It was impossible to see the end of the mountain range. In the sky, there were 3 golden suns, forming the 3 Greats formation. A huge amount of heat descended from the void, bestowing a huge amount of heat energy, making this world full of vitality. This is comfortable. Xia Ping stood where he was, accepting the heat energy one after another. He felt his body warm. The energy of the sun was also very beneficial to him. It seemed that under such a sun, the golden crow of hell bloodline in his body was excited and excited. Such dense spiritual qi. Xia Ping squinted his eyes. He sensed that the spiritual qi in the demon realm was extremely dense. It was at least 10 to 100 times denser than other places. It was filled with rich life energy. With every breath, he felt his magic power grow and his lifespan increase. Because the energy in this world was too dense, it caused the plants in this world to be extremely tall. Even the weeds would be dozens of feet tall. When people walked on the grassland, they couldn't see far at all. They would be drowned in the weeds, like ants walking on the ground. There was no need to mention the trees. There were many that were hundreds of feet tall. Some giant trees were even as tall as a mountain. Or rather, they were trees themselves. They were incomparably majestic. When Xia Ping came to this place, he immediately felt that he was boundlessly small. He was a dwarf in a country of giants. But thinking about it, this was very normal. After all, there were countless races in the demon race. Most of them were extremely tall, far exceeding humans. Some were even as tall as a small mountain. When they walked, the sky and earth shook. Chapter 1805. Be careful. At this time, Qing Wan's expression was very solemn. This is the chaotic plane. Many bandits and monsters gather here. If you encounter them, you might be killed and robbed. She looked around vigilantly, as if to detect if there were enemies around. She and Tu Linglong had entered the demon realm several times for the demon temple's missions, so they were very familiar with this place. They knew which places were dangerous and which were safe. There are bandits? It seems that the demon realm is not very peaceful. There are wars everywhere. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. That's to be expected. Qing Wan said in a deep voice, the human race is only one race, but it will also be divided into countless countries. There are also countless forces in the countries with different standpoints and conflicts, even wars. The demon realm, to put it nicely, is the holy land of countless demon clans, but in fact, it is a hodgepodge of countless races. There are so many conflicts within a single race, and this place is filled with races, so the conflicts are even more numerous. Be specific. Xia Ping wanted to know more about the specific situation of the demon realm. The demon realm is vast and boundless, even larger than tens of thousands of star fields in the outside world. However, although the area is vast, there are also many demons. They occupy most of the fertile land and most of the resources. Qing Wan said, in this world, demons use cities as their main units. A city is equivalent to a human country, and there are often wars between cities for resources, revenge, and so on. These demon cities are occupied by a single race, and there are also several races occupying them together. In short, it is like the warring states period of the human race. No one is willing to submit to anyone, and there is no common demon lord yet. I see. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. But this has nothing to do with entering the demon realm, and we don't want to get involved in these complicated forces. Our main goal is to get the black hole worm, and once we refine it, we will immediately leave the demon realm. Qing Yuan continued, for now, we don't know the specific location of the black hole worm, so we need to go to the nearby Jadeite city to inquire about the birth of the black hole worm. Once the black hole worm appears, the demons will be in an uproar, and the demon realm will be shaken. I think Jadeite City will be the first demon city to receive the news, and we can take the initiative to find the black hole worm. She revealed her plan, and wanted to go to Jadeite City to wait for the birth of the black hole worm. To the Jadeite City? We are unregistered residents of this world. If we enter the city, will there be any problems? Will our identities be checked? Xia Ping was worried about this. Qing Yuan waved her hand, you don't have to worry about this. The demon realm is different from the human world. The time and place of birth are different. It is extremely difficult and complicated to know the identity of each demon. Therefore, in the world of demons, there was no such thing as identity registration. All demons were unregistered residents. As long as one did not expose their human identity, there would be no problem. After all, this is the demon realm, the world of the demon clan. Humans don't exist here. To them, you're a rare animal. Once you're exposed, I'm afraid you'll become a public enemy. She wanted Xia Ping to change his identity and not expose his human identity. This is simple. Xia Ping rubbed his chin and immediately used the faceless mask to change his appearance. First, his height increased by 10 or so centimeters, and his muscles became much stronger. Next, horns grew out of his head, and strange dark golden patterns appeared on his face. His appearance also changed, becoming incomparably handsome and bewitching, and his body emanated a dense aura of flames. In the future, you will call me Master Wu of the Golden Crow Clan. Don't call me by my original name, otherwise, my identity will be exposed. Xia Ping smiled slightly and looked at Qing Yuan and Tu Linglong. Qing Yuan was dumbfounded. Although she asked Xia Ping to change his identity, she didn't expect it to be so thorough. Now, he was completely and thoroughly a demon. Not only had his appearance changed, but even the aura on his body had changed. If she wasn't familiar with Xia Ping and had been standing beside him, she probably wouldn't have recognized that the current Master Wu and Xia Ping were the same person. It was really incredible. Oh my God, Xia Ping, how can your transformation ability be so powerful? I can't find any flaws at all. How profound is your cultivation of this magical ability? Tu Linglong exclaimed. You're too polite, it's just a little bit of talent. Xia Ping said modestly. A little bit of talent? I think it's purely because you, a bad guy, have done too many bad things. You were forced to cultivate this magical ability and habitually change your identity, for fear that others would find your original body and find trouble with you. Tu Linglong felt that according to this hateful human's proficient transformation, this human must have done similar things countless times. Otherwise, how could he be so proficient and not feel strange at all? She also remembered that this bad human had changed into someone else's appearance countless times and framed others. She didn't know how much trouble he had caused. To be honest, she felt that if Wu Wudi's identity was exposed, this bad human would definitely become the public enemy of the universe, and he would be chased no matter where he fled. Meddlesome. Xia Ping's face darkened and reached out to hit Tu Linglong. Tu Linglong was half dead with anger. She grimaced and covered her head that was hurting from being hit. She wanted to bite someone. Okay, don't bicker here. Let's hurry to Jadeite City. It's going to be dark soon, and we might encounter troublesome demons and bandits. Qing Yuan stopped her. Huh, you want to go to Jadeite City? No need. You guys stay here obediently and accompany this king up the mountain. At this moment, a rampant voice sounded. A yellow demonic wind flew from afar at an extremely fast speed. It tore through the void and landed in front of Xia Ping and the others. Then, a 5-meter-tall weasel in yellow armor appeared in front of Xia Ping and the others. Its body exuded a violent demonic aura. It had the terrifying cultivation of the early-stage transcendence realm and had condensed the heaven and earth dharma. Behind it were hundreds of weasel minions. They were at least at the Golden Core realm, and all of them had towering demonic aura. They looked at Xia Ping and the others with covetous eyes, as though they were cats catching mice. Oh no! Seeing the appearance of these demons, Qing Wan and Tu Linglong knew that they had been targeted by these bandits and demons and were surrounded. Their hearts instantly sank. This yellow weasel was the famous demon king of the chaotic plains. He ruled over countless demons under him, and his strength was tyrannical. Chapter 1806. Hi, the Weasel King's luck is really too good. It was just a stroll, but I didn't expect to find two beautiful demon girls. One is from the rabbit race, and the other is from the winged race. I can't help but feel pity for them. They are very suitable to be my concubines for number 3888 and 3889. The Weasel King laughed heartily and looked at Tu Linglong and Qing Wan. His soybean-sized eyes revealed a greedy expression. He clearly fancied Tu Linglong and Qing Wan and wanted to capture them as his wives. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty has taken in 2 more concubines. The magpies chirped this morning. That's why Your Majesty is so lucky. It's my honor. Such beautiful girls are a perfect match for Your Majesty. They're a match made in heaven. Many of the Weasel King's lackeys were flattering him. On the other hand, the Weasel King stroked his beard with a satisfied and proud look on his face. He had already regarded Qing Wan and Tu Linglong as his spoils of war. To be honest, he still couldn't see through Tu Linglong and Qing Wan's innate nature. He thought that they were just ordinary demons. If he knew that Qing Wan had the bloodline of a divine beast and Tu Linglong had the bloodline of a space-time rabbit, he would have gone even crazier. However, Tu Linglong and Qing Wan had cultivated the supreme technique of the demonic temple and had long concealed their bloodlines. Even a Transcendence Realm expert wouldn't be able to discover them. Little girls, consider yourself lucky today. Our Majesty has taken a liking to you too. Later, you two will follow us up the mountain. In the future, you'll be able to enjoy all the glory and wealth you want. A weasel demon jumped out, looking very arrogant. Scram! Who would want to go up the mountain with you weasels? Tu Linglong was very angry and glared at the group of weasels. What? Little rabbit demon, you don't want to give me face? You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? Do you know that you have to agree even if you don't want to? Do you think we're discussing with you? No, this is an order. The weasel demon's expression changed, and he shouted as if he was infuriated. Hearing these words, the yellow Weasel King was also very displeased. What kind of status did it have? It was a Transcendence Realm expert, an existence that could be considered a feudal lord in the demon realm, with billions of subordinates. It was only because it wasn't willing to be restricted that it became a bandit. If not, it could just casually enter any demon city and obtain the position of an elder. Its authority would be able to overturn the world. But now, there was actually a little demon who dared to reject him. She didn't want to become his 3,888th concubine, and she even put on an attitude in front of him. How preposterous! Everyone. At this time, Xia Ping stood up and said, I am the Golden Crow clan's Marshal Supreme. Can you give me some face? Don't make things difficult for my 2 concubines. Otherwise, the scene will be very ugly, which is not good for anyone. Hearing this, Tu Linglong and Qing Wan's pretty faces turned red, and they fiercely glared at Xia Ping. This bastard human is taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of the 2 of us. Give you face? Who the fuck do you think you are? You are just a tramp. I don't know where this little demon came from, but you want the great king to give you face? Have you lost your mind? A yellow weasel demon scolded. He felt that this little demon dared to say such words and still wanted them to give him face. This was the greatest insult to the great king. Great king, I will kill him now, lest he dirties your eyes. A few of the yellow Weasel King's subordinates were ready to make a move, wanting to kill Xia Ping. Don't be anxious. The yellow Weasel King waved his hand, stopping his subordinates from making a move. A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes as he stared at Xia Ping. Golden Crow Clan? A legendary clan that once appeared in the primordial era. You are actually a descendant of the Golden Crow clan? Is this true? Didn't you say that they were already extinct? Of course it's true. I have awakened the Golden Crow bloodline, and I am a peerless genius. In the future, I will definitely become a leading figure in the martial Tao, an invincible existence like a demonic sage. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Of course, I have not grown up yet. I am still a rookie, but becoming a sage is something that will happen sooner or later. If you give me face now, I will definitely remember it in my heart. In the future, when I become a sage, all of you will benefit. You will have the opportunity to work under me and serve me." He drew a big pie for this group of yellow weasels. Hearing this, the group of yellow weasels were dumbfounded. Even if they were beaten to death, they had never heard such arrogant words. They had never seen such an arrogant little demon. He was clearly a rookie, but his tone was boundless. He actually wanted to become a demonic sage in the future, and wanted to recruit them to work for him. My God, what was wrong with the young demons nowadays? They didn't have much ability, but their tone was boundless. They didn't have any self-awareness at all, and didn't know how much they were worth. Interesting, I have never seen such an arrogant little demon like you before. I don't know where your confidence comes from. The yellow weasel king's eyes revealed a hint of coldness, but I don't care whether what you said is true or not. If what you said is true, then it couldn't be better. After I eat you and refine the Golden Crow bloodline in your body, then wouldn't I, the yellow weasel king, be able to reach the heavens in a single step? I might even become a demonic sage. It's a pity that you don't know this, thinking that you can rely on your bloodline to do whatever you want. You don't know that you are a lamb that has entered the tiger's mouth. Do you know that? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move. A ball of primordial spirit emerged from his body and condensed into a heaven and earth Dharma idol. The energy within thousands of kilometers gathered together and bombarded towards Xia Ping. He was incomparably ferocious. He wanted to kill Xia Ping in an instant to prevent any accidents from happening. After being a bandit for so long, he naturally knew that even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. He would not give his enemy any chance. "Sai, I gave you face, but you didn't take it. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Why bother?" Xia Ping shook his head and sighed. He didn't even look at the yellow weasel king. He took a step forward and punched. Immediately, the 9 primordial spirits in his body vibrated. Violent magical power gushed out from the depths of the purple palace and gathered in the depths of his fist. It kept brewing and instantly exploded. This punch fiercely hit the yellow weasel king's body. It produced a terrifying destructive power that shook the sky and the earth. Stars fell from the sky, the earth trembled, and the void shattered. The yellow weasel king suddenly let out a miserable scream. There was a look of horror in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't withstand such a terrifying power at all. He watched helplessly as his armor, his body, his primordial spirit, crumbled bit by bit. He screamed. In the next second, his entire body, including his primordial spirit, was shaken into nothingness. He even punched out with his fist. In the distance, dozens of mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall were flattened. Boulders shattered and collapsed on the spot. The fist punched out along the way, leaving a trail that was thousands of kilometers long. The surrounding area was filled with the smell of burning. In the sky, thousands of miles of clouds were blown away. It was as if the sky had been pierced. Chapter 1807. No, that's impossible. The great king is dead. He was killed by a single punch. Illusion, this must be an illusion. King is a transcendence realm expert, an existence that condensed the transcendence of heaven and earth. How can he be killed by one punch? I don't believe it. I don't believe such a ridiculous thing can happen in this world. Seeing this scene, all the weasels were dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Some of the weasels even shouted, not daring to believe what they were seeing. In their eyes, Xia Ping was just a little demon that had just come out. They could kill dozens of such trash with just a breath, let alone the king himself. There was no doubt that he would die. But what happened now? Not only did that little monster not die, but he even killed their king with one punch. He didn't even have a chance to struggle and directly turned into ashes. Such a cruel way of death caused them to shudder and their hair to stand on end. Too powerful. Qing Wan and Tu Linglong were also stunned. They had heard of Xia Ping's recent deeds, such as how he killed many experts. However, they thought that Xia Ping might have used the power of a magic treasure or used some kind of scheme. They didn't expect that he could kill a Transcendence Realm cultivator with one punch just with the power of his divine power. He was simply too powerful. They were immediately full of confidence in their mission. With Xia Ping's help, they believed that it wasn't impossible to get the black hole worm. Okay, your king is dead. You all should go with him. A family should be united, don't fall behind. Xia Ping looked at the group of weasels and said, "Demon, this kid is a demon. Run, run quickly. Retreat, retreat quickly, don't fight him head-on." Hearing this, the weasels were so scared that they peed their pants. They didn't have the courage to fight Xia Ping at all. Even their king was killed with one punch. What could small characters like them do? Bush, bush, bush. Hundreds of weasels quickly retreated. They used their god arts and turned into yellow demonic winds, scattering in all directions. Their speed was almost at the peak of their lives. Although they weren't strong enough, their speed was still very fast. Xia Ping stood on the spot and used his martial god art, letting out a loud roar. Dragon Race Divine Ability, 7 Fiend True Dragon Roar. Immediately, there was a deafening sound in the air. It was as if a real dragon had descended, absorbing the endless evil chi in the depths of the void, gathering it together, and then instantly exploding. Bang bang bang. Before the hundreds of weasels could fly far, they were bombarded. Unable to withstand the power of the sound wave, they exploded. In mid-air, huge flowers of blood appeared and exploded like fireworks. Large amounts of blood poured down like raindrops, dyeing the ground red. The group of weasel demons was completely annihilated. Not a single one was spared. With a wave of his hand, Xia Ping immediately grabbed the space rings left behind by the weasels. The various treasures, pills, and spirit herbs on them all fell into his hands. These materials are very good. Scanning with his divine sense, he immediately discovered that these weasel space rings contained large amounts of ores and materials, and these materials seemed to be several times better than anything he had seen before. At the same time, these spirit herbs were also filled with medicinal power and spirituality. Their medicinal power was also 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary spirit herbs. Master! At that moment, the green ox's voice resonated. These are all demon realm materials. They seem to have undergone the baptism of this world's countless spirit energies and the world's laws. They're more powerful than various materials in the universe. They can be used as the main materials for spirit weapons. Even the demon realm spirit herbs here are very unusual. They're very old and seem to have undergone mutation, causing their medicinal power to be very strong. If they were in the universe, I'm afraid these things would be auctioned for a sky-high price. There's such a thing? If I buy a large number of materials from the demon realm to build Cloud Continent and planet Yanhuang, wouldn't I be able to build many teleportation formations and a large number of treasures? Xia Ping thought about this. Of course, it's not a problem. I wonder how much these demon realm materials cost. The green ox said, Xia Ping, these materials are very good. We can let the stars devour them to improve the stars' defense. We should buy more of them. Corinne also had his eyes on these things. Xia Ping, let's go. The battle earlier seemed to have attracted the attention of many demon kings. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we'll encounter countless demon kings. At that time, we'll be in trouble, the Blue Luan said to Xia Ping at this moment. Her divine bloodline could sense many dangers coming from afar. All right, let's go then. Xia Ping nodded and immediately flew away. 3 days later, Xia Ping, Tu Linglong, and the Blue Luan left the Disarray Plains and finally arrived at Jadeite City. During these 3 days, there were many demons who tried to kill Xia Ping and the others to steal their treasures. However, they were all killed by Xia Ping. He completely shocked the demons, and even a few demon kings were killed. His actions also completely shocked many demons. They finally knew that there was one more ferocious person in the disarray plains. He was not someone they could provoke at all. After that, no demons dared to look for trouble with Xia Ping again. This is Jadeite City? Xia Ping fixed his eyes on it and discovered that this city was simply made of jade. It was completely amber in color, and it looked like it was formed by nature. Moreover, it was directly across the plains and was incomparably majestic. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds. This was a vast and majestic city. Its city walls were like a mountain range that stretched for tens of millions of kilometers. It was endless, and there were terrifying restriction arrays on it that contained the might of thunder. If anyone dared to attack it, they would immediately be killed by the array. Moreover, Jadeite City seemed to be very prosperous. Apart from the three of them, there were also countless demons flying over. There were also all kinds of flying artifacts appearing, entering, and exiting the city. Around the city gate and in the sky above the city, there were many demon soldiers patrolling. They were dressed in armor and wielded spears. They looked ferocious and had a magnificent military appearance. No one dared to approach them. So many demons. Xia Ping looked around the city gate and realized that he actually couldn't recognize all the demons. Just the ones he knew were tree demons, grass demons, ox demons, goat demons, tiger demons, and so on. Apart from that, there were many unknown demons. There were no records of them in the Human Demon Encyclopedia. They could only be seen in the demon world. Let's go in. The Blue Luan and Tu Linglong were familiar with driving and had entered Jadeite City several times. They brought Xia Ping into Jadeite City. Chapter 1808. Upon entering Jadeite City, Xia Ping felt that the city was extremely huge, at least the size of Yanhuang Planet. This city was divided into two regions, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city was where the rulers of Jadeite City, the royal demons, lived. This was their base camp, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. It was an absolute forbidden area. Of course, the largest region was the outer city. This was the main trading area, and it was extremely prosperous. Streets after streets were crowded with countless demons trading and buying. All kinds of inns, hotels, restaurants, and so on also appeared here, and there were many shops. Of course, these inns and shops were not simple either. There seemed to be a spatial formation inside that could expand the space. It looked like a 3-story shop on the outside, but the inside was as vast as a plane. Let's find a place to stay and rest for a while, then wait for the black hole worm to come out. Green Phoenix said to Xia Ping. Then, under Green Phoenix's lead, they turned here and there and came to a remote alley. There was a shabby inn, like a haunted house, and it was about to close down. The owner of the hotel was an old rat demon. "Boss, give me a room for three monsters." Tu Linglong said skillfully. The third room from the left on the 3rd floor. Go up yourself." The rat demon did not even raise his head. He threw out a string of brass keys and let Xia Ping and the other two go up themselves. Soon, Xia Ping, Tu Linglong, and Green Phoenix arrived at the inn room. "This is where we're staying?" Opening the door, Xia Ping's mouth twitched. He was speechless because this room was extremely small, at most 10 square meters. There was only one bed, and it was separated from the top, middle, and bottom, just enough for 3 people. Other than that, there was nothing else in this room. The most unacceptable thing was that the bedding on the bed was tattered and gave off a moldy smell. Who knew how long it had been since it was washed? Even the bed would creak with a gentle shake, as if it would fall apart at any time. Seeing Xia Ping's contemptuous look, Tu Linglong said angrily, "What are you looking at? It's good enough to have a room like this. Although it's a little shabby, it's cheap. It only costs 10 demon coins for a night." "Yeah, we're only staying for a few days anyway. It's good enough to have a shelter." Green Phoenix blushed. "Alas, being poor is just being poor. Could it be that you're in the right? If you don't have money, you can ask me. I won't look down on you. After all, I'm a rich man with morals and conscience. I'm a professional. I won't casually laugh at the poor unless I can't help it." Xia Ping sighed. What kind of look is that? What kind of look is that? Hearing this, Tu Linglong immediately exploded. Do you think I'm really poor? If this was the universe, we would also have a lot of universe dollars on us and could stay in a luxurious hotel. But this is the demon realm, there is no circulation of universe coins, only demon coins. In this place, everything can only be bought with demon coins. We have just arrived here, so how would we have demon coins? She was so angry that she told him the reason for her embarrassment. After all, they had only come to the demon realm to complete a mission and had not stayed in this place for long, so it was very difficult for them to obtain demon coins. If they sold their magic treasures, they might be able to get a lot of demon coins. The problem was that these were their treasures, how could they sell them? As for some of the materials and elixirs obtained in the universe, they were not valuable at all in the demon realm, a place rich in materials. They could only exchange for a few demon coins, and the daily necessities of clothing, food, lodging, transportation, and some elixirs were all spent. This caused them to only be able to live in such a shabby hotel, which was extremely embarrassing. Earning demon coins is very difficult for you, but it's very simple for me. You have been in and out of the demon realm a few times. What do you think this place lacks the most, or what is the most popular thing? Xia Ping asked. To be honest, after he came to the demon realm, he found that the various materials, elixirs, and elixirs in this world were very good. If he bought them back, he would definitely be able to make a lot of money. But before that, he still needed to get a lot of demon coins so that he could carry out the business. After thinking about it, Green Phoenix looked at Xia Ping and said seriously, if there is anything that the demon realm lacks the most, it is nothing but food, especially food like spirit grains, which is extremely scarce and expensive. Eating here every day costs a lot of money, but the price of accommodation is very cheap. But the demon realm is so large, how can there be a shortage of food? Xia Ping asked. Although the demon realm is large, the area that can be planted with spirit grains is not much. Most of it is high mountains, deserts, valleys, and other areas with complex environments. Green Phoenix said, the most important thing is that the appetite of the monsters is too big, more than 100 times bigger than that of humans. For example, the pig clan can eat hundreds of kilograms a day to be satisfied, and the elephant clan monster eats a few tons of food a day. In addition, there are also many monsters with big appetites, such as the whale clan, tiger clan, and so on. In short, because of various reasons, the price of food in the demon realm is high. In the demon realm, I am afraid that eating a meal is an extremely extravagant thing. She was extremely emotional. Lack of food? Xia Ping touched his chin. Interesting, if that's the case, then wouldn't I be rich? To be honest, he was lacking in everything except food. Now in the space of the mountain river pearl, a large number of crystal fragrant rice, golden corn, and other food were produced almost every day. Even with Tao Tai helping to eat, most of the spirit grains were left in the warehouse and no one ate them. Of course, because of the unique space of the mountain river pearl, these spirit grains could be stored almost permanently and would not be wasted because of deterioration. But with so much spirit grains left in the warehouse and no one ate them, it was a waste. If these grains could be used to exchange for a large number of cheap materials, spirit herbs and pills in the demon realm, it would undoubtedly be a very cost-effective deal. Green Phoenix, where can we trade food in this city? Xia Ping asked. There is a market in Jadeite City called Hailan Market. This is the largest market in Jadeite City. There are a large number of shops in it. If we sell food there, we can definitely sell it quickly, because food is the real hard currency in the demon realm. It is no exaggeration to say that more or less will be digested. Green Phoenix said the information she knew. Okay, then let's go to Hailan Market and earn demon coins. Xia Ping immediately let Green Phoenix and Tu Linglong set off. He did not want to continue to stay in this hotel that was about to go moldy. He came to the demon realm to seize treasures, not to come to this place to suffer. Chapter 1809. Hailan Bazaar. This place was bustling with demonic noises as demons came and went. Countless shops stood in great numbers as people rubbed shoulders against one another. There was an endless stream of carriages and it was extremely lively. It was almost the most bustling place in Jadeite City. Basically, all the good stuff could be bought here. Many grain merchants. As Xia Ping walked over, he discovered that there were many grain shops along the way. Many demons entered the shops and bought all the grain the moment they entered. Some pig demons and elephant demons bought a few tons of grain in one go. They were very rich. It was no wonder the Green Phoenix said that the demon realm lacked food, especially high-grade food like spirit rice. I have to find a place to sell my food. Xia Ping walked on the streets as his eyes flickered. He was considering which grain shop he should enter and which shop would be able to buy the huge pile of food he had on him. Oh! Suddenly, Xia Ping came before a shop. The signboard had the words, "1,000 Demon Pagoda," written on it. The shop was huge and resplendent. It was the best among all the shops. Of course, that was not what he was concerned about. Instead, it was the sudden message from the 28 primordial sky dragon talismans in his body that caused him to palpitate. Could there be primordial sky dragon talismans in this 1,000 Demon Pagoda? Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He circulated his qigong to suppress the primordial sky dragon talismans in his body. He did not want the talisman aura to leak out and cause trouble. He knew that there were a total of 3,000 primordial sky dragon talismans. After the ancient war, these talismans were scattered across the universe. It was extremely difficult to gather them all. Even obtaining one was a huge fortuitous encounter. However, he did not expect to sense the existence of other primordial sky dragon talismans in this place not long after he entered the demon realm. If he could obtain more of them, he would definitely be able to increase his strength once again. Hell Golden Crow Eye. At the thought of this, Xia Ping circulated the Hell Golden Crow Eye. Beams of light shot out from the depths of his pupils, penetrating the void and easily penetrating the countless restrictive arrays of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda. Immediately, he saw a peak Dharma realm demon cultivating deep in the 1,000 Demon Pagoda. There were a total of 18 primordial sky dragon talismans floating on his body. Vaguely, there were primordial sky dragons floating beside him, breathing out mist. They formed a cycle that constantly cleansed the impurities in his body and tempered his body. There are actually 18 primordial sky dragon talismans. If I can obtain them, in addition to the 28 I will have at least 46. My strength will definitely increase greatly. A glint flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. Every primordial heavenly dragon talisman he obtained could increase the might of the primordial heavenly dragon talisman. However, he still restrained his thoughts and didn't act rashly. Blue Luan, what do you think of the Myriad Demons Pavilion? Demon 1,000 Demon Hall. But before Blue Luan could say anything, Tu Linglong said, Myriad Demon Pavilion? Why are you asking about this scam shop? Don't ever go there. They specialize in scamming demons. Last time I went to the Myriad Demon Pavilion, they scammed me of many demon coins. Moreover, they looked down on me and bullied their customers. She was full of resentment, expressing that the 10,000 Demons Pavilion was extremely evil. Demon 1,000 Demon Hall is an extremely large organization in the demon realm. Demon. It said that every city in the demon realm has a branch. It's powerful and has countless treasures. It's not a force to be trifled with. However, this organization is a mixture of good and bad. They recruit all kinds of demons, creating a foul atmosphere. It's said that they kill people for their treasures. If you have treasures, don't go to this shop to sell or you'll be asking for trouble. She had heard many rumors about people entering the 1,000 Demon Pagoda to sell their treasures. They never expected the price to be lowered. The demons of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda would fly into a rage out of humiliation and even secretly kill people for their treasures. It was definitely a scam. However, many demons were afraid of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda and did not dare to voice their anger. Scam? Scam? I'll choose this shop. Upon hearing that, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He was not afraid that it was a scam. It was easier to deal with a scam. It would be troublesome if it was a legitimate business. Bad human, what do you want to do? Your expression tells me that you want to cause trouble. Tu Linglong instinctively felt that Xia Ping was up to no good. Although he was not targeting her this time, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. Why would I? I'm just a good citizen. Xia Ping said carelessly. As if they would believe you. Tu Linglong and Blue Luan looked at Xia Ping with disdain. However, if Xia Ping was planning to deal with the Thousand Demon Pagoda, they would agree with him. After all, they had been cheated by the Thousand Demon Pagoda and hated it. Xia Ping ignored them and walked straight into the 10,000 Demon Pavilion. Immediately, he saw two tall and burly ox demons standing at the entrance. They held huge axes in their hands and looked menacing. They stood upright, as if they were guarding the entrance. Even under the blazing sun, the high temperature, and the scorching sun, he didn't seem to be moved at all. Brother, you're amazing. Xia Ping praised. Under such a big sun and the temperature of 40 degrees Celsius, you're still so awe-inspiring and don't move at all. What's supporting you to do this job? Is it responsibility, passion, or love? He was very impressed and felt that the two ox demons were role models for guards. Get lost. Hearing this, the ox demons spat and cursed, "Love my ass, it's poverty." Tu Linglong and Blue Luan immediately felt the same. Xia Ping responded, restrained his expression, walked past the guards, and walked straight into the shop. The two ox demons did not stop him. They were only there to protect the safety of the shop, not to stop customers from entering. As soon as he entered the shop, Xia Ping immediately sensed that the space of the shop had expanded by thousands of times. There was a space formation set up here that could greatly expand the interior space and accommodate countless items. There were also dazzling items around the shop, including pills, spiritual herbs, dharma treasures, and all kinds of rare materials. Even food could be bought and sold. It was like a supermarket. However, after he entered the shop for a while, no one served him. It seemed that all the employees had gone missing. What's going on? There are no employees in the Thousand Demon Pagoda. Did someone die in your family? Xia Ping said in dissatisfaction. Fuck your death. Don't you know how to talk? Can't you see that I'm busy? Choose whatever you want and pay for it. Of course, don't go to the high-class area. You can't afford those things. Don't embarrass yourself there, understand? At this moment, a thievish-looking employee appeared. It was a rat demon. It looked at Xia Ping with an unfriendly expression, as if it was very unhappy with what he had just said. Chapter 1810. Can't afford it? How do you know we can't afford it? Xia Ping said. What's there to not know? This rabbit demon and this bird demon, they only bought something worth a few dozen demon coins last time, and they already made a big fuss here. They insisted that we cheated them of 10 demon coins, making it known to all the demons. If these demons aren't poor, what are they? How can they afford to buy high-grade goods? The shop assistant rat demon looked at Tu Linglong and Qing Luan with disdain. It seems that you are all famous in the Myriad Demon Pavilion. Xia Ping said in surprise. It's none of your business. Tu Linglong was so embarrassed that she could die. She couldn't help but pinch Xia Ping. This bastard touched my sore spot. Well, actually we are not here to buy things, but to sell things. I wonder if you will accept it? Xia Ping said to the shop assistant rat demon. Sell things? Hearing this, the shop assistant rat demon's eyes lit up. Of course we will, but we won't accept things that are not good. After all, the Myriad Demon Pavilion is not a small shop on the street, but a brand. Of course it is good stuff. I have a bag of spirit rice with me. How much is it worth? Xia Ping took out a bag of crystal fragrant rice, which weighed about half a caddy. What? The shop assistant, rat demon, opened it and had a look. His eyes almost popped out. He couldn't help but think that this was the famous fragrant crystal rice. Even among all the spirit rice, it was the best. Every grain of rice contained a large amount of energy. Many royal demons wanted to eat crystal fragrant rice, but not every meal. This was not a problem of price, but there was no crystal fragrant rice. After all, the environment for crystal fragrant rice was too harsh. It needed superior spirit fields and special people to serve it. If they were not careful, it would go extinct. All these factors combined led to the high price of crystal fragrant rice. A caddy of crystal fragrant rice was worth 100,000 demon coins. However, he quickly restrained his expression and said casually, ordinary spirit rice, the quality is not good. A bag of this kind of spirit rice is 100 demon coins. If you want to sell it, we will accept it. If not, then forget it. He ruthlessly lowered the price, making the crystal fragrant rice worthless. Sure enough, a big shop is bullying customers. Hearing this, Xia Ping immediately laughed. I've long heard that the 10,000 demon pavilion is very black-hearted, but I didn't expect it to be so black-hearted. You want to buy my spirit rice with just 100 demon coins? Do you really think I'm a fool? Since you don't have any sincerity, then forget it. I'll go sell it somewhere else. Someone will definitely want it. You want to leave? You stole the spirit rice from my store, and you still want to leave? You have guts. Do you think that there are no demons in the Myriad Demon Pavilion? The shop assistant, Rat Demon, sneered, and his eyes revealed a cruel look. It directly framed Xia Ping, saying that he stole 0.5 kilogram of spirit rice from the store. Obviously, it didn't just want to lower the price, it also wanted to steal all of the spirit rice. It wanted to murder him for money. Bullshit. Who stole your store's spirit rice? We didn't even get close to your goods. Tu Linglong was infuriated. She knew that the Myriad Demon Pavilion was black-hearted, but she didn't expect it to be so black-hearted. They even brazenly framed her. They were simply lawless and arrogant. Which thief isn't like that? Do you think I'll believe you just because you're making excuses? Did you steal something from our store? Wait till I capture you and torture you, then you'll confess. Guards, capture these 3 thieves alive and throw them into prison. The rat demon sneered and ordered the guards in the store to capture Xia Ping and the others. There are still people who dare to steal from the Myriad Demon Pavilion. They're too bold. They're simply courting death. 3 thieves, surrender immediately. Suddenly, more than a dozen demon guards attacked from all directions. They were holding Wolf Fong gang weapons, broadswords, and other weapons. They were ferocious like hungry wolves and pounced over. Before these demon guards got close, Xia Ping circulated his qigong and produced a terrifying aura from his body. It crushed towards the group of guards like a mountain. More than a dozen demon guards and the rat demon shop assistant couldn't withstand such an attack. They were sent flying, screaming and coughing up blood in the air. When they fell to the ground, they were already screaming and couldn't struggle anymore. They were seriously injured on the spot. I gave you face, but you still want to ask the demons to capture me. You're quite bold. Do you know how to write the word death? Xia Ping stepped on the head of the rat demon shop assistant. He looked down and trampled on the shop assistant's head fiercely. He kept rubbing the shop assistant's head, causing a large amount of blood to seep out. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone came to the Myriad Demon Pavilion to make trouble. They're robbing us. The rat demon shop assistant was extremely frightened. He was trembling all over and shouted crazily. He immediately triggered the alarm of the Myriad Demon Pavilion, indicating that an enemy had invaded the Myriad Demon Pavilion and was making trouble here. Buzz, all of a sudden, the entire alarm alerted the entire Myriad Demon Pavilion. Countless shop assistants, managers, and even the pavilion master of the Jadeite city were alarmed. This was because someone had invaded the Myriad Demon Pavilion and tried to rob it. It was simply unprecedented. Since the opening of the Jadeite city shop, something like this had never happened before. This time, the alarm was simply earth-shattering. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, hundreds and thousands of Myriad Demon Pavilion demons swarmed out from all directions. They rapidly gathered in the main hall of the Myriad Demon Pavilion and surrounded Xia Ping, Tu Linglong, and Qing Luan. Even the pavilion master, Black Zephyr, awakened from his seclusion. He traversed the void and arrived at the scene of the incident with a single step. He looked down from above and emitted a ferocious aura that made one shudder. There's indeed a primordial heavenly dragon talisman. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and sensed the existence of the primordial heavenly dragon talisman in Black Zephyr's body. Although the other party tried his best to conceal it, he could not hide it from his hell golden crow eye. His plan to lure the snake out of its hole was very successful. He had finally lured Black Zephyr out. "What kind of demon are you? You sure have guts to cause trouble in the Myriad Demon Pavilion. Have you thought of how you're going to die?" The Myriad Demon Pavilion manager bellowed angrily and glared at Xia Ping. "Cause trouble? Who's the one causing trouble?" Xia Ping gave him a sidelong glance. "I only came to the Myriad Demon Pavilion to sell spirit rice, but this shop assistant was rude and tried to steal my treasures. He accused me of stealing spirit rice and even sent guards to arrest me. If I don't resist, am I supposed to wait for death? I've heard that the Myriad Demon Pavilion has a bad reputation. I thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's a completely unscrupulous shop. I won't buy anything here in the future." Upon hearing that, many demons from the Myriad Demon Pavilion had sullen expressions. They felt that it was a slap to their faces. That was because such things happened from time to time. However, most of them were small demons who could not resist and could only swallow their anger. But it was different now. The demon in front of them was clearly not ordinary and was not to be trifled with. "Selling spirit rice? What kind of spirit rice is it?" Black Zephyr asked. "Crystal fragrant rice." Chapter 1811. Crystal fragrant rice. "And a ton at that." Many monsters from the Myriad Demon Pavilion held their breaths, and their eyes lit up. Big business. There was no doubt that this was a big business worth hundreds of millions of demon coins. Even in the Myriad Demon Pavilion, it was not to be underestimated. Many of the managers glared at the half-dead shop assistant, the rat demon. If it wasn't for this guy messing around, they wouldn't have offended such a big customer. Feeling the stares, the rat demon trembled and regretted it so much that its intestines turned green. If it knew that this kid was a big customer, it wouldn't have dared to cheat people. It would have been fawning over him. "A ton of crystal fragrant rice? Very good. You can sell it to the Myriad Demon Pavilion. I guarantee that we will give you a reasonable price. No one will dare to cheat you." Black Zephyr said. "Forget it. I can't afford to serve the Myriad Demon Pavilion anymore. I'll go to other places. Goodbye." Xia Ping waved his hand. He didn't want to sell the crystal fragrant rice to the Myriad Demon Pavilion. "What?" Hearing this, the faces of the managers of the Myriad Demon Pavilion changed. If they lost this business, the Myriad Demon Pavilion would lose a lot of money. Most importantly, if they didn't sell the spirit rice to them, but to other shops, wouldn't that strengthen the strength of other shops? This would be giving money to the enemy. They wouldn't allow such behavior. "Brother monster." Black Zephyr's eyes flashed coldly. "I advise you to sell this crystal fragrant rice to the Myriad Demon Pavilion. In the entire Jadeite city, no one can afford it except us. Of course, if you leave the Myriad Demon Pavilion and don't do business with us, your reputation will be ruined. I'm afraid that no monster in the entire Jadeite city will dare to buy your rice. Do you understand?" His tone was threatening. It was obvious that he wouldn't let Xia Ping leave the Myriad Demon Pavilion. Even if he didn't want to sell it, he had to. Otherwise, they would pressure him, and no shop in the Jadeite city would dare to buy his rice. As expected of the Myriad Demon Pavilion. It's really overbearing. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at the many monsters of the Myriad Demon Pavilion. "That's easy. The reason why the Myriad Demon Pavilion can do business in the demon realm is not because we're soft-hearted and fair, but because we're overbearing and arrogant." Black Zephyr sneered. "Ha, pavilion of demons, you sure talk big. Do you really think that you can cover the sky in Jadeite City with one hand? Since when was it your pavilion of demons' turn to make decisions in Jadeite City?" At that moment, a figure walked in from outside. It was a mature woman who looked extremely charming. She gave off a flirtatious aura that attracted the attention of all the monsters. A fox demon. Xia Ping immediately sensed that this woman, who looked to be about 30 years old, was a fox demon. Her body exuded a foxy aura, and she constantly exuded the ability to charm people. Many demons were infatuated with it, and their faces were filled with adoration. However, he didn't feel anything. In his eyes, this fox demon was just child's play. It couldn't be compared to Su Mei's natural, earth-shattering aura. If he had to describe it, he would say that the women in the brothel were all dressed up and had a strong smell of prostitution. Of course, it was more than enough to attract ordinary monsters. Hu Sanyang, this is my pavilion of demons. What are you doing here? Black Zephyr didn't expect someone to appear at this time. His face immediately turned ugly. He could also see that this fox demon's identity was not ordinary. She was Hu Sanyang, the leader of the famous Fox Demon Hall in Jadeite City. She was a great monster at the peak of the Dharma plane. She was not inferior to Black Zephyr at all. To other monsters, he could act mighty, but not to Hu Sanyang. So what if it's your pavilion of demons? Can I, Hu Sanyang, come here? Hu Sanyang ignored Black Zephyr. She swayed her waist and came in front of Xia Ping. She giggled. Little brother, if you don't want to sell it to the pavilion of demons, you can sell it to the Fox Demon Hall. No matter how much crystal rice you have, we can eat it all. Oh, if I sell it to you, how much for a caddy? Xia Ping asked. Of course we will sell it according to the market price. We can pay 100,000 demon coins for a caddy of crystal rice. We will eat as much as you have. Hu Sanyang smiled. She was not lying when she said this. Spirit rice was a hard currency in the demon realm. There was no need to worry about unsaleable goods. Sometimes, it was even more valuable than demon coins. Moreover, top-grade spirit rice was even more popular. Every king monster wanted it. The demand was endless. The price is not bad. Xia Ping nodded, expressing his satisfaction. That's good. Next, why don't we go to the Fox Demon Hall? Hu Sanyang wanted to go back to her territory to discuss the food trade with Xia Ping. No problem at all. Xia Ping naturally would not refuse. Soon, the group left the Pavilion of Demons. Pavilion Master, are we not going to stop Hu Sanyang and let her take the guest away? This will damage the reputation of the Pavilion of Demons. A manager of the Pavilion of Demons said to the Pavilion Master, Black Zephyr. Stop. That Hu Sanyang is not simple. Let's not talk about her unfathomable level of training. Just look at her methods. Her friends are almost all over Jadeite City. If we mess with one, we'll be messing with a whole bunch. We can't act rashly. Of course, Black Zephyr wanted to kill Hu Sanyang. The problem was that he did not dare and was not confident. He could only endure it. He turned his head and stared at the rat demon on the ground. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Rat demon, how dare you? How dare you chase away a guest in front of us and ruin a big business of the Pavilion of Demons? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Pavilion Master, spare me. Spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. As long as you spare me this time, I will work hard in the future. Something like this will never happen again. The rat demon begged for mercy and cried bitterly. Bang! Before it could finish speaking, Black Zephyr lightly struck with his palm. A terrifying black wind attacked and covered the rat demon's body in an instant. Whoosh! Immediately, the rat demon let out a shrill scream. Its entire body was corroded by the black wind. In an instant, it melted completely. Not even a single piece of it was left. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. There are always demons who don't pay the price, thinking that there will be another chance. What kind of discipline is there in the Pavilion of Demons? Everyone should learn from this, understand? Black Zephyr said earnestly. Yes. The group of demons was drenched in sweat. They were scared out of their wits. Demon, keep an eye on the demon selling the spirit rice. I have a feeling that he has a secret on him. Perhaps we can get a windfall. Black Zephyr's eyes revealed a cold glint. In fact, he suddenly felt the 18 primordial heavenly dragon talismans in his body throb. It was as though someone of his kind was beside him. He immediately suspected Xia Ping and felt that he might have the primordial heavenly dragon talismans on him. Therefore, Black Zephyr decided to let Xia Ping off temporarily and wanted to investigate in secret. The primordial heavenly dragon talismans were too important. They surpassed everything. The reason why he could achieve what he had today was because he had obtained a few primordial heavenly dragon talismans when he was still a young demon. Therefore, he was invincible and obtained countless resources to grow into the great demon he was now. Chapter 1812. Fox Demon Palace. At this moment, Xia Ping, Tu Linglong, and Qing Wan appeared in the Fox Demon Palace. Many fox demoness servants appeared in the surroundings, transforming into women with graceful figures. They spoke softly, releasing a decadent sound that made people forget to leave. Moreover, the clothes they wore were also very unique. Other than the key parts, everything else was exposed, and it was faintly discernible. Not bad, this place is not bad. It's like a paradise on earth. There are so many beautiful women here. If I knew this would happen, I would have come here to do business. Xia Ping praised. Right, can I bring these fox girls out? To be honest, I want to talk to them through the night and talk about each other's lives. He spoke his mind honestly. Stinky man. Tu Linglong glared fiercely at Xia Ping. She had long known that this bastard was up to no good, yet he had followed the vixen into the vixen's den. Wasn't it like firewood encountering a raging fire? Hearing this, Hu Sanyang waved her hand. No, the fox girls here sell their skills, not their bodies. This is not a place to hide dirty things. I don't have that kind of service. If you have the ability, you can win the favor of these fox girls and make them follow you out willingly. That is also your charm. I can't stop you. She exuded a faintly discernible fox charm. She understood men very well. She knew that men were very cheap and would not cherish things that were easy to get. She could only hook a man's appetite and catch him bit by bit. Then he would not be able to run away. Sell their skills but not their bodies? That's simple. They let me do it but I don't pay, so it's not considered selling. Xia Ping said casually, revealing his solution. What? The surrounding fox girls were dumbfounded. There was actually such a solution? Wasn't this a bandit? They had never seen such a barbaric and shameless demon. Tu Linglong and Qing Wan also saw Xia Ping's shamelessness again. It refreshed their understanding of shamelessness. Ahem, little brother, let's talk about business. How much spirit rice do you have? Hu Sanyang coughed and automatically changed the topic. There was no way to talk with this bandit. She had heard of people eating for free, but she had never heard of prostitutes and people wanting to do it for free. To be honest, even an experienced and knowledgeable woman like her couldn't resist such shamelessness. I have a lot of spiritual rice, 10 tons. Can you eat it? Xia Ping said lightly. He casually tossed out an interspatial ring, which contained 10 tons of crystal rice. What? 10 tons? Hu Sanyang took the ring and scanned it with her spiritual perception. She was shocked to see the dazzling array of spirit rice inside. To be honest, she thought that Xia Ping would only have a little more than a ton of crystal fragrant rice on him, and he might have gotten it from some field in the wild. She didn't expect that he would have 10 tons, which was simply beyond her imagination. However, she quickly calmed down. Little brother, I didn't expect that you would actually have 10 tons of fragrant crystal rice. From what you said, it seems like you can bring more than 10 tons. She looked at Xia Ping with a burning gaze. That's right. Xia Ping admitted. 10 tons is just a small number, just a drop in the ocean. At the beginning of this transaction, I will use it to test the water. If the cooperation goes well, I will make a lot of money in the future. Usually, Tan Minglu ate dozens of tons. It was just 10 tons. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, most of the space of the mountain river Pearl had been restored. There was more land for planting. As time went by, he could grow more spirit rice. He could not even finish eating it. He could sell it in large quantities. It seems that little brother's background is not simple. 10 tons of fragrant crystal rice is just a drop in the ocean. Which force are you from? By the way, after talking for so long, I still don't know your name? Hu Sanyang's attitude changed a little. She began to feel that this man's background was not ordinary. Perhaps he was a representative sent by some superforce to test the water in Jadeite City. Master Wu Taidu. Xia Ping said his name. As for which force I am from, you don't need to know. It's not good for you to know too much. In short, let's finish this transaction first. He pulled the tiger's skin, vaguely expressing that he indeed had someone backing him, and that his background was very powerful. Okay. Hu Sanyang also felt that she was a little too anxious. A woman who was too anxious would scare away a man. She regained her indifferent attitude and said, 10 tons of fragrant crystal rice is indeed a big amount. But my Fox Demon Palace can still eat it. Here is an anonymous demon coin card worth 1 billion demon coins. Take a look. In the demon world, there was also the existence of human technology. It was not out of touch with the world. And the demon coin card was equivalent to this world's bank card. It could be used to buy things in various shops. Not bad. The amount is right. Xia Ping's divine sense penetrated it. He immediately saw the words 1 billion appeared on the demon coin card. That's it for today. Next time there will be more fragrant crystal rice. I will look for you to cooperate. We can cooperate for a long time. Of course. No matter when you want to buy or sell, my Fox Demon Palace will always welcome you. Hu Sanyang smiled faintly. No one would reject such a big customer. If the 1,000 Demon Pavilion knew about this situation, the group of demons would definitely go crazy. They did not know that they pushed away a god of wealth. They would regret it for the rest of their lives. After chatting for a while, Xia Ping, Tu Linglong and Qing Luan left the Fox Demon Palace. Oh my god! After leaving the Fox Demon Palace, Tu Linglong seemed to be unable to suppress her excitement. 1 billion demon coins was earned so easily. How many elixirs, treasures, and buns can I buy with that? She had never seen such a large amount of money in her life. To be honest, when she was in the cloud world, she was considered the Rabbit Clan's saintess. But it was different in the universe. She did not have any universe currency. At the same time, she had to deal with the Demon Temple's missions. She also needed to cultivate and buy elixirs and treasures. She was already short of money. During this period of time, she was extremely miserable. Her life was so poor that she could not even afford to buy some food. She was almost living under the bridge. Qing Luan was also a little shocked. At the same time, she was a little discouraged. They had worked so hard to earn a few demon coins. But Xia Ping came and casually earned 1 billion demon coins. He was not short of money at all. Why was there such a big gap between people? Was there any justice in this world? Still want to buy buns? How poor are you to want to buy this kind of thing? What a loser. Xia Ping looked at Tu Linglong with contempt. Then what do you want to buy? Tu Linglong put her hands on her waist and looked at Xia Ping angrily. What to buy? Of course I want to buy everything I see. Xia Ping wanted to buy everything in the demon realm to build the Mountain River Pearl and Gaia space. No matter how many there were, it would not satisfy his appetite. Chapter 1813. Hailan Bazaar. Xia Ping brought Tu Linglong and Qing Luan into a shop that sold refining materials. He looked around and pointed at some materials in front of him, asking, "What is this? What's the price?" A shop assistant hurriedly came up and said, "Customer, this is 5 Qi Demon Steel, a very good material for refining. The flying swords refined from it are incomparably sharp, and they are at least low-grade spiritual weapons. The price is only 1 demon coin per kilogram. Take it." Before the shop assistant could finish, Xia Ping waved his hand, cutting him off, and took it. Take it? The shop assistant was dumbfounded, not knowing what Xia Ping meant. What's wrong? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? How much do you have in stock? Take it out immediately and take it all, Xia Ping said impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, how could the shop assistant not know that a super tycoon had come to buy all the goods? Without another word, he immediately asked the boss to personally serve him. What is this? Blood Demon Stone, contains supreme blood chi, can be used to refine all kinds of demon weapons and demonic weapons, price 10 demon coins per kilo. Take it. Brother, this is fallen phoenix iron, an iron ore formed after being contaminated with the blood of a phoenix. Of course, there are some exaggerations, but it is an excellent material for refining fire-type magic treasures, and has a strong flame conductivity. take it all. Sir, this is white demon jade, a top-grade jade used to refine all kinds of formations. It is an excellent material for laying the foundation of formations, and can even increase the power of formations by 30%. I have a lot in stock. Very good, take it all, take it all. Father, this is demon ink crystal, a special product 30,000 meters underground in the demon realm. After hundreds of thousands of years of crustal movement, it formed into a top-grade ore. It is extremely hard and resistant to water and fire. It is the best material for refining armors and magic treasures. It can't be found anywhere else, only my place has it. It is unique. Very good, take it all, take it all. Originally, the shop owner was reserved, but Xia Ping was really too generous. No matter what he introduced, he would take it all, no matter how much he had, not treating demon coins as money at all. In the end, he directly knelt down, completely convinced, completely treating Xia Ping as his father. At this moment, even his biological parents couldn't compare to the importance of Xia Ping. When the shopping was over, all the employees in the shop, including the boss's wife and son, rushed to the door. Their faces were full of smiles as they sent Xia Ping off in a grand and respectful manner. Of course, Xia Ping's shopping wasn't over, it was just the beginning. He had only spent a little bit of money to buy these materials, it wasn't enough. He entered a medicine shop and asked the shop assistant to introduce the elixirs here. Big bro, this is demon leaf grass. It grows under the moonlight and absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. It has 300 years of medicinal strength, and its medicinal properties are gentle. It's an important supplementary spirit medicine for all kinds of medicinal pills. This is demon rat flower. It's a top-grade spirit medicine that was infected by the rat clan's demonic energy. It has the strong vitality of a rat demon, and once consumed, ordinary injuries will quickly recover. It's a top-grade material for refining medicinal pills. This is black demon lotus. It grows under the famous corpse pool. It absorbs the blood aura in the depths of the void, as well as the mysterious Een aura in the deep pool, and then swallows the essence of the moonlight to grow. After consuming it, it has a great effect on one's cultivation, enough to increase one's demonic energy cultivation by hundreds of years. It's very rare. Teddy fruit, it doesn't have much use. After consuming it, it will rapidly develop, and men will constantly exercise like Teddy. It's an important spirit fruit to increase the intimacy between men and women. It's very popular. Husky flower, after consuming it, one will go crazy, and their intelligence will drop to the lowest. It's best not to let it out. It will bite people at any time, and it will also destroy the environment of the house. It will only lose its effect after 24 hours. The shop assistants frantically introduced the spirit medicines in the shop. And every spirit medicine that they introduced would be bought by Xia Ping, not caring about his wallet at all. In just an hour he had almost cleaned out all the spirit medicines in the shop, not leaving a single spirit medicine behind. The shop owners and shop assistants were practically worshipping Xia Ping like a dog. If Xia Ping took in a son, they would probably kneel down in front of him. Next, Xia Ping also swept through the medicinal pill shops, magical treasure shops, and other shops. He basically swept through all the shops he could see with his naked eyes, and bought almost all of their goods. Basically, they could make samples in advance. Even if there were customers, they wouldn't be able to buy much. Xia Ping had almost spent all the 1 billion demon coins he had, and he only had a few million demon coins left, which was barely enough to rent a villa in Jadeite City for a few years. After all, he also needed to temporarily live in this place, so he still had some rationality and didn't spend it all. And this behavior had completely shocked all the demons in the Sea Waves Bazaar. When had they ever seen such a tycoon's behavior? It was simply unheard of, and never seen before. Have you heard? A super tycoon appeared in the Sea Waves Bazaar. He's sweeping up goods everywhere, not looking at the price at all. He buys everything he sees, and when people don't let him buy, he even gets angry. Damn, I already knew about it. This matter has spread throughout the entire Sea Waves Bazaar. This tycoon is simply too extravagant. Do you know that Che Clan medicine shop from before? Normally, No one goes there, and they only sell trash spirit medicines. But once that tycoon went there, he bought everything, not even letting a single blade of grass go. That Che clan medicine shop owner went crazy with joy, and he didn't have to work for a few years. This is nothing. Lu clan smithies accumulated demon iron for a few years that couldn't be sold was actually bought out, and not even scraps were left. This is too scary. When I went to that medicine shop earlier, that tycoon actually bought even soil, and almost dug out all the soil in the medicine shop. He laughed so hard that the medicine shop owner couldn't even see his teeth, and his face looked like a woman on her period. Oh my God, why didn't you introduce this kind of idiot, no, this kind of tycoon to me? I still have a lot of materials that haven't been sold for many years, and it's just the right time to clear them out. It's too late. He's long gone. My preliminary estimate is that the tycoon spent at least $1 billion this time. Damn, $1 billion is too much. How many years would it take for me to earn that much money? I was sick before, so I closed my shop and missed this opportunity to get rich. When a demon is unlucky, money falls from the sky, and you still actively avoid it. Don't worry, this tycoon said that he's very happy today, and might come back tomorrow to continue sweeping up goods. Damn, hurry up and prepare. Prepare as many goods as you can. Whether we eat porridge or eat depends on today. A sucker like this is really rare in history. Chapter 1814. Thousand Demon Pagoda. At this moment, they also knew what Xia Ping had done in Hailon Market. He was buying things everywhere and had bought a total of $1 billion. It was like a helicopter throwing money everywhere, making Hailon Market look like it was celebrating the new year. $1 billion, my God, that kid spent a total of $1 billion to buy goods in Hailon Market, throwing money everywhere. Where did he get so much money from? A demon was so jealous that its eyes were red. It had never had so much money in its entire life, but this kid had spent 1 billion demon coins in just one day. Why was the difference so huge? It was going crazy with jealousy. He must have gotten it from selling crystal rice. I received news that he had already made a deal with Fox Demon Palace, and Fox Demon Palace had also obtained a large amount of crystal rice, making a lot of money. A long-eared demon received the news from Fox Demon Palace. It clenched its teeth in jealousy. Impossible, he only had 1 ton of crystal rice. How could he have gotten 1 billion demon coins? A pig-nosed demon felt that it was impossible. Just 1 ton of crystal rice could not be sold for 1 billion. After all, Fox Demon Palace was not stupid and would not make a losing deal. Not 1 ton, but 10 tons of crystal rice. That kid sold 10 tons and got 1 billion demon coins. The long-eared demon almost roared. 10 tons of crystal rice sold for 1 billion demon coins? That kid is crazy, spending it all in one day with only 1 billion. Even a prodigal can't be this wasteful. This is ridiculous. What's wrong with this kid's brain? Doesn't he see money as money? Many demons could not understand. According to their thinking, 1 billion demon coins could be spent for God knows how long. How could it be like this kid, spending it all in one day? It was outrageous. I can only say that this kid has more than 10 tons of crystal rice on him, maybe even more. I also received news that he has a channel that can sell crystal rice continuously. The long-eared demon said in a low voice. What? Many of the managers of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda were regretting their actions. If that rat demon had not been so arrogant and chased away this big customer, then this channel of crystal rice would have fallen into their hands instead of Fox Demon Palace. Despicable rat Yao. It ruined our 10,000 Yao Pavilion's plans, cutting off our 10,000 Yao Pavilion source of income. Killing it earlier was letting it off lightly. It should have been tortured for 3 days and 3 nights before dying. The group of 10,000 Demons Pavilion stewards hated him to death, but there was nothing they could do. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? A steward looked at the Pavilion Master, Black Zephyr. It's okay. There are many ways to earn money in this world. It's just losing a way to earn money. It's not a big deal. We can earn it back from other places. Besides, that kid is in the limelight. I'm afraid he won't be able to grow his tail. A cold light flashed in Black Zephyr's eyes. He had sent people to observe Xia Ping in secret, and he had even taken action himself. He had finally confirmed that the punk had the primordial heavenly dragon talisman. Thinking of this, Black Zephyr could no longer restrain himself. He wanted to kill and snatch the treasure. As long as it could obtain the many primordial heavenly dragon talismans from that lad, its strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be enough to sweep through all its opponents in Jadeite City and become invincible. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to become the master of the Jadeite City. A mere grain trade was nothing to him. He decided to take action tonight and quietly eliminate that lad and snatch back all the primordial heavenly dragon talismans. Of course, he would not say these things out. The news of the primordial heavenly dragon talismans had to be kept secret. Otherwise, who knew how many demons would swarm over? At that time, he would not have a chance. Black Zephyr naturally would not do such a stupid thing. Fox Demon Hall. Many fox demons gathered together, and the hall master, Hu Sanyong, was sitting on the high seat. Hall master, that demon, Master Matedo, seems to be extravagant. He spent all the 1 billion demon coins we got in a day. It's too exaggerated. I have never seen such a prodigal son of an aristocratic family. That's right. 1 billion demon coins can buy a lot of things. But that guy is a prodigal son. He bought a lot of things that he doesn't need. I don't know what he's thinking. With such a prodigal son, no matter how much money his family has, it's not enough for him to squander. Hall master, it's better not to cooperate with this guy. Otherwise, we won't know how we will be cheated. Many fox demons were discussing. They were shocked by Xia Ping's actions. No, you guys are still young. You only look at the surface when doing things. You don't see the essence. Hu Sanyong waved her hand and smiled. A poor man who suddenly got a fortune will definitely not spend it all in a day. It's the instinct of a poor man to be prepared for danger in times of peace. But that kid is different. He has the guts to spend 1 billion in a day. It's enough to prove that his family background is not ordinary. 1 billion is just a small number to him. That's why he has the guts to spend 1 billion without being stingy. From this matter, she could see that Master Matedo's family background was not ordinary. A family that could treat 1 billion as pocket money was very rare even in the big demon world. So what if we know his background is not ordinary? If he squanders like this, how much money is there for him to spend? Some fox demons were unconvinced. Knowing his background is not ordinary is enough. It's enough to prove that his crystal fragrant rice channel is correct. There are many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Hu Sanyong smiled, and if he squanders, that's his business. It has nothing to do with our Fox Demon Palace. As long as we can get an endless supply of crystal fragrant rice from him, it's the best thing for our Fox Demon Palace. Why not? Many fox demons were convinced. It was indeed reasonable. Anyway, they only needed the crystal fragrant rice from Master Matedo. They just took what they needed. They gave the money. How Master Matedo spent it naturally had nothing to do with them. But Palace Lord, I'm afraid Master Matedo's life can't be guaranteed tonight. A fox demon immediately reported, I received news that Thousand Demon Pavilion had sent people to watch Master Matedo. They secretly investigated him. Even Black Zephyr himself took action. He left a murderous aura on him. We all know Black Zephyr's character. He will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Now that Master Matedo has lost his face, I'm afraid he will take revenge. Palace Lord, should we help? It looked at Hu Sanyong. Don't worry. Hu Sanyong waved her hand. This is a good opportunity. We can test Master Matedo's ability. If he can escape from Black Zephyr's pursuit, it will prove that he really has something. If he can't even escape from Black Zephyr's pursuit, it will prove that his ability is only SOSO. It's not worth it for our Fox Demon Palace to cooperate with him. Her eyes shone brightly, and many schemes appeared in her mind. Yes, Palace Lord. Chapter 1815. Late at night, in a luxurious manor outside Jadeite City. At this moment, this manor was rented by Xia Ping at the cost of 10,000 demon coins a month. This also allowed Tu Linglong and Qing Wan to get rid of that dirty, cramped, and shabby hotel. A black shadow flew over in the night, swept across the void, and stood in midair. This person was the black-winged old monster. Really a villain intoxicated by success. He only got so little money, and yet he is so extravagant. The black-winged old monster snorted at this kind of behavior, thinking that it was a waste of money. If he had money, he might as well buy all kinds of elixirs to increase his cultivation. This was the way to use money. In this world, nothing could be relied on, only one's fist could be relied on. Where is that kid Master Potato? The black-winged old monster's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He summoned the demon wind silently, and in an instant, it enveloped the manor. He immediately found that Master Potato was alone in a huge bath, and he was even humming a song in a good mood. Very good, this kid is now unguarded, it is a good time to kill him. The black-winged old monster was delighted. Most likely, the kid did not expect that he would make a move tonight, and he could kill the kid by surprise. When he understood the truth of the matter, it was already too late. He was also a ruthless and decisive person. Once he made a decision, he would immediately make a move. In an instant, the black-winged old monster turned into a black airflow, and silently, he instantly sneaked into the bath of this manor, and then he saw the location of Xia Ping. Divine power, thorn of black wind. He condensed the black demon wind and turned it into a thorn. It contained supreme sharpness, and with lightning speed, it was enough to shatter the stars. This blow fiercely bombarded the back of Master Potato, and immediately a terrifying magical power erupted from the opponent's body, producing an extremely terrible destructive power. Succeeded? No, the ancient heavenly dragon talisman on his body did not burst out. The black-winged old monster was originally overjoyed, thinking that he had killed Master Potato, but the problem was that he could not seem to find the ancient heavenly dragon talisman on Master Potato. As a peak Dharma realm expert, he immediately knew that he had killed the wrong person, and the real Master Potato was not dead at all. Bang! Sure enough, in the next second, the surrounding environment shattered like glass, and even the body of Master Potato on the ground disappeared in front of the black-winged old monster like a wisp of smoke. And the real Xia Ping was standing not far from the black-winged old monster, looking at him with a faint smile. Old demon Blackwind, it's already so late, yet you still dare to come to my residence and attempt to assassinate me. Furthermore, the dignified Myriad Demons Pavilion's Pavilion Master is actually doing something like this. Don't you feel ashamed? Xia King Thousand masked Mu and said, Master, was illusion technique? When I was the monster of Xian. Mu Thousand, he old demon Blackwind immediately felt fearful of Xia Ping. Xia Ping was actually able to silently set up an illusion formation, blinding his perception and causing him to unknowingly fall into an illusion. Xia, when did you set it? It was just after you stepped into the range of dozens of miles from the manor. But the reason why you went through so much trouble to sneak into my manor, I'm afraid you are after something. Let me guess, you want to get the ancient heavenly dragon talisman from me? Xia Ping smiled at the black-winged old demon. What? You know? Did you also perceive the ancient heavenly dragon talisman in my body? The eyes of the black-winged old demon flickered, and he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he had fallen into the trap of the other party unknowingly, and he even foolishly broke into the enemy's nest. At this moment, he already had the intention to retreat. Of course, I know. The reason why I put on a show in the Thousand Demon Pavilion and deliberately revealed the aura of the ancient heavenly dragon talisman to lure you was to lure the snake out of its hole. Xia Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Originally, if you had stayed in the 10,000 Demon Pavilion, which is heavily guarded, it would have taken me a lot of effort to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to personally attack. Even the King of Hell wants you dead. Arrogant. A junior dares to be so arrogant. I am a Dharma characteristic realm mighty figure, a demon king. So what if you, a junior, set a trap? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. The black-winged old demon snorted coldly. He turned into a gust of demonic wind and immediately wanted to escape. Too late. Xia Ping waved his hand, and the bead of mountains and rivers in his body trembled. Immediately, a large array rose, Wuji spatial array. Boom. Suddenly, the large array appeared silently, covering hundreds of kilometers in an instant. It sealed the sky and locked the earth, condensing the void and turning the place into an absolute spatial domain. Don't. The black-winged old demon fled frantically, but when he rushed into the air, he immediately hit a thick wall. With a loud bang, there was an earth-shattering sound, and his head was swollen as he let out a tragic cry. He was indignant and tried to break through the seal, but after hitting it several times, the spatial array couldn't move. It's useless. Under my Wuji spatial array, the sky and earth are sealed and the void is frozen. Unless you kill me, there is no way you can escape from this array. Xia Ping was extremely confident in the power of the Wuji spatial array. This was an extremely powerful sealing array that formed an absolute space. Even a lightning tribulation realm mighty figure couldn't escape from this array, let alone the black-winged old demon. If that's the case, then I'll kill you. The black-winged old demon's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. He actually gave up on escaping and directly attacked Xia Ping. Divine power, dark astral wind. This was the black-winged old demon's most terrifying bloodline divine power. He had finally mastered it by absorbing the earth-fiend astral wind in the depths of the void and after thousands of years of cultivation. After mastering it, this divine power was simply invincible. It could destroy the soul, destroy the physical body, and corrode the primordial spirit. It was simply invincible, and no monster dared to face it head-on. Even if it was a protective artifact, it would be quickly corroded, polluted, and destroyed by the dark astral wind. With this divine power, the black-winged old demon was simply invincible, beating countless monsters until they knelt and begged for mercy. That was how he became the myriad demon pavilion master in Jadeite City. In the depths of the void, black astral winds whistled and turned into tornadoes, rushing towards Xia Ping. They covered the sky and the earth, as if an endless storm had been set off, containing terrifying killing intent. Kill! Xia Ping didn't even look at it. He gathered the infernal golden crow bloodline in his body, and terrifying flame energy rose from the depths of his body and gathered on his fist. His entire fist seemed to have turned into elements, turning into a flaming fist. Chapter 1816. With a punch, scorching heat exploded and endless light shot out, tearing through the dark vacuum. With just one blow, the dark gales in the air were instantly destroyed. Even the gales were quickly purified by the flames of the golden crow of hell, turning into nothingness. The black-winged demon could not withstand this blow either. He was sent flying, and the terrifying magical power seeped into his lungs, causing him to cough up blood. Impossible! Blood seeped from the corner of the black-winged demon's mouth as he looked at Xia Ping in shock. You're just a junior at the returning nature stage. How can you have such strong magical power? You've actually surpassed me, who's at the peak of the Dharma stage. Where did you come from? For the first time, he had doubts about Xia Ping's background. He was only at the returning nature stage, but he already had such power. Was he a descendant of the king demons, or a descendant of the divine beasts? Why don't you go ask the king of hell? Xia Ping charged forward, not giving the black-winged demon a chance. His fist was like a blazing sun, containing the strongest heat. It was as if he was holding a sun, releasing endless light. His entire body seemed to turn into endless flames, burning the air. Wisps of fire dripped onto the ground, burning the ground until it collapsed, creating shocking craters. Even deep within each wisp of fire, there was a golden crow seal, emitting an eternal, immortal aura. If not for the Wuji space matrix of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers, isolating the area from the outside world, such a phenomenon would have spread throughout the entire Jadeite city and shocked countless demons. Damn it, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Come out, ancient heavenly dragon talisman. The Black Wind demon roared. As a peak Dharma stage cultivator, he instinctively sensed that if he continued to hide, he would definitely die under this punch. All the cells in his body were warning him. Therefore, he did not dare to hold back any longer. He immediately summoned the 18 ancient heavenly dragon talismans in his body. Rumble, in an instant, 18 ancient heavenly dragons emerged from his body. Their roars shook the heavens and the earth, shaking the entire universe. Even the surrounding space was rattling, emitting a terrible dragon's might. After old demon Black Wind's tens of thousands of years of tempering and watering them with his blood essence day and night, the 18 primordial sky dragon talismans had long become one with his mind. The moment they were summoned, the primordial sky dragon talismans immediately released immense power that far exceeded old demon Black Wind's body. It could even match a mighty figure at the peak of the lightning tribulation. However, Xia Ping only laughed when he saw the 18 primordial sky dragon talismans. He could see the endless grievances and hatred deep in the eyes of the primordial sky dragons, as well as deep indignation. From the looks of it, old demon Black Wind had never fused his mind with the primordial sky dragon talisman. His 10,000 years of tempering was just him using his powerful dermic powers and massive blood essence in an attempt to forcefully fuse with the primordial sky dragon talisman. It even had great ambitions. It wanted to obtain the primordial sky dragon's dragon blood from the primordial sky dragon talisman and obtain the various dermic powers of the primordial sky dragon, so that it could one day become in existence like the primordial sky dragon. The problem was that the primordial heavenly dragon talisman was a primordial creature, one of the few powerful creatures in the world. Its arrogance was obvious, so how could it submit to a mere old demon Black Wind? Why would a dragon associate itself with a worm? In the eyes of a primordial sky dragon, a puny demon like old demon Black Wind was attempting to forcefully refine itself with blood essence. It was an affront to the dragon's authority, a dragon's reverse scale. However, the primordial sky dragon talismans were just too weak. Furthermore, they were at their weakest, so they had no choice but to submit to old demon Black Wind. However, the rage in their hearts was still brewing, waiting for the day it would erupt. Interesting. Xia Ping looked nonchalantly at old demon Black Wind. He originally thought that killing old demon Black Wind would take him some effort. But from the looks of it, there was no need for him to do much. All he needed to do was incur the wrath deep within the primordial sky dragon talismans, and old demon Black Wind would suffer the consequences of his actions. Upon thinking of this, he immediately took out a blob of dragon blood from the mountain river pearl space. So, instantly, Xia Ping flicked his finger, sending drops of dragon blood to form cannonballs that tore through the void. At lightning speed, they struck the 18 primordial sky dragon talismans. Immediately, these primordial sky dragon talismans devoured the dragon blood. They immediately let out excited roars, and the aura on their bodies rose steadily. To them, the dragon blood was like sweet dew after a long drought. "Ha, Master Mitato, you idiot. I was wondering what you were doing. I didn't expect you to take out treasures to help my primordial sky dragon talismans increase in strength. You're still supporting the enemy. I don't know if you're stupid or not. Did you discover that I'm your father?" Originally, old demon Black Wind was shocked, thinking that Xia Ping was up to some sinister plot. However, he immediately discovered that the strange thing that Xia Ping had thrown at him was instantly devoured by the primordial sky dragon talismans on his body. Following that, the power of these 18 primordial sky dragon talismans rose rapidly. Wave after wave of tyrannical sky dragon power surged into his body, like a tide, constantly scouring it. At this moment, old demon Black Wind felt that his dermic powers were unprecedentedly powerful. He even felt that he could break through the bottleneck of the Dharma realm, and saw that he was about to break through the thunder calamity. How could he not be excited? Master Mitato's actions were simply helping him break through his cultivation. At this moment, he was treating him even better than his biological father. Idiot. Xia Ping looked at old demon Black Wind with pity. He stood with his hands behind his back and did nothing, waiting for the other party to suffer the consequences of his actions. Idiot! You're still so arrogant here? Upon hearing this, old demon Black Wind flew into a rage and sneered, "Little brat, I won't hold it against you for now. When I break through to the Thunder Calamity realm, I'll personally crush you to death." Once he broke through to the Thunder Calamity realm, his strength would increase by tens or even hundreds of times. Coupled with the primordial Sky Dragon talismans that increased his strength, crushing this arrogant kid to death would be no different from crushing an ant. No matter what kind of divine beast descendant he was, under absolute power he would all die. Come on, primordial Sky Dragon talismans. Contribute all your strength and help me step into the Thunder Calamity realm. I, old demon Black Wind, will be one of the future rulers of the demon realm. Now, old demon Black Wind's confidence was at its peak, as though he was the most supreme in the world. Even if a saint came here, he would dare to jump a few times. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the primordial sky dragons flew in midair and surrounded old demon Black Wind. A trace of clarity seemed to have returned to the depths of their eyes, and the blood chi in the depths of their bodies seemed to have been completely refined. Chapter 1817. What's wrong? A bunch of fools. Why are you standing here foolishly? All of you are my slaves? Listen to my orders immediately and contribute the primordial sky dragon powers in your bodies. Sacrifice yourselves for others. Once I break through my cultivation level, all of you will benefit in the future. Black Wind immediately cursed when he sensed that the surrounding primordial sky dragon talismans were motionless. However, the 18 primordial sky dragons remained floating in midair. Their gigantic dragon eyes were still staring at Black Wind. There was no anger or life in their pupils, only calmness. It was as calm as a deep pool, as though it would never change. However, such calmness left one's heart cold. What's going on? Are you rebelling because of the sudden increase in your powers? Old demon Black Wind also sensed that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, the primordial heavenly dragon talismans would immediately take action under his command. But now they were unresponsive. It was as though they had a mind of their own and were resisting. However, he still had a trump card. He sneered. I already knew that Dharma treasures like you have their own consciousness and instincts. Therefore, I planted a blood-packed seed deep in the talismans. Once it erupts, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You are just a Dharma treasure, an inanimate object, an existence akin to a slave. Such a lowly existence wants to rebel against its owner? That's just wishful thinking. Today, I'll let you know who is the master and who is the slave. His expression was hideous as he formed seals with both hands. His demonic aura surged as he immediately activated the blood-packed seed left deep in the primordial sky dragon talismans. It was an energy seed from the fiendish Tao that contained a terrifying demonic aura. Once it erupted, it would be a fate worse than death. It could immediately obliterate the Dharma treasure's consciousness. However, after a while, the 18 primordial sky dragons remained motionless. Their gigantic pupils remained calm, as though they did not react to Black Wind's actions. However, the atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Every corner was filled with a terrifying dragon might, and with the passage of time, the pressure became more and more terrifying. The entire manor was rattling as the array trembled. How is this possible? Black Wind completely broke down as he lost control of his emotions. His expression was hideous. My blood-packed seed, my fiendish Tao energy. Where did it go? Why isn't there any reaction? Why did it disappear? Could it be that you expelled this energy? Impossible. How could it be so simple and easy? Master Potato, is it you? Are you doing something? Where the hell did you feed the primordial heavenly dragon talisman? Why did such a thing happen? What did you do? It instinctively felt that this matter had something to do with Xia Ping. Xia Ping shook his head. The so-called fiendish energies were like ants compared to the primordial sky dragon's energy. Trying to control the primordial sky dragon talisman with such energy was truly a joke. There was no need to keep this black-winged old demon any longer. Eat it, primordial sky dragon. Xia Ping said. Upon hearing that, the 18 primordial sky dragons in midair revealed a terrifying glint deep in their eyes. It was even more blinding than the sun's rays as they roared angrily. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, the entire space was trembling. Even the ground was shaken to the point that cracks appeared. It was extremely shocking. Boom! In an instant, they pounced forward and instantly tore apart old demon Black Wind's body. His limbs, torso, and even his head were eaten by the primordial sky dragons. They were torn apart forcefully, leaving him drenched in blood. This was tearing him apart by 5 horses. However, Black Wind old demon Black Wind was a mighty figure at the peak of the Dharma law's realm. Even if his body was torn apart, his primordial spirit could still survive. However, he was in an extremely miserable state and could not even escape. No, no, no! Black Wind old demon Black Wind screamed and let out an indignant roar. I, Black Wind old demon Black Wind, am a mighty figure at the peak of the Dharma law's realm. In the future, I will become a demon sage. How can I die now? How can I be torn apart by 5 horses? Master Potato, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. If you have the guts, fight me. Before he could finish his sentence, the 18 primordial sky dragons roared and ate his primordial spirit. They tore him apart and swallowed him into their stomachs. The poor Black Wind old demon Black Wind, a demon king, was eaten alive by the primordial sky dragons just like that. And after Black Wind old demon Black Wind died, the resentment and anger deep in the eyes of the 18 primordial sky dragons seemed to disappear. Their eyes also regained their clarity. Roar! The 18 primordial sky dragons roared into the sky, conveying the excitement of avenging their vengeance. They looked at each other and transformed into talismans that instantly entered Xia Ping's body. They felt extremely close to this human who had saved them and avenged them. At the same time, he had dragon blood in his body. Therefore, they took the initiative to acknowledge him as their master. The poor Black Wind old demon Black Wind had spent tens of thousands of years tempering it day and night, using countless materials, but was ultimately unable to subdue these primordial sky dragon talismans and gain their acknowledgement. But the moment he died, these primordial sky dragon talismans automatically acknowledged him as their master. There was no need for Xia Ping to do anything. If Black Wind old demon Black Wind knew of this, he would probably die from anger again. When the 18 primordial sky dragon talismans surged into Xia Ping's body, they immediately had a chemical reaction with the 28 primordial sky dragon talismans in his body. The dragon powers fused together, and at the same time, the 46 primordial sky dragon talismans gathered together to form a new array formation. Rumble! A massive surge of primordial sky dragon powers immediately surged into the depths of Xia Ping's body. His 9 essence souls were greedily devouring the massive and pure dragon powers. It was like sweet dew after a long drought. The dermic powers in the depths of his 9 purple residences were also rising, increasing by a huge margin. Even his essence soul was strengthening bit by bit, advancing towards the perfected realm. Vaguely, there seemed to be sky dragons swimming in the depths of his pupils. A terrifying dragon might emanated from his body, distorting the void and causing the ground to quake. Comfortable. Xia Ping felt extremely comfortable. After obtaining the 18 primordial sky dragon talismans, the dragon powers in the depths of his body, as well as the massive energy essence, allowed him to increase his dermic powers greatly. It saved him hundreds of years of dermic powers condensation. This was countless times better than eating 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. However, it was just too difficult to obtain primordial sky dragon talismans. After all, they were scattered across the universe. It was unknown where they were or what existence had obtained them. Even encountering them was extremely difficult, much less obtaining them. However, it was already extremely lucky for him to obtain so many primordial sky dragon talismans. There's still this head. Xia Ping looked at Black Wind old demon Black Wind's corpse that was strewn across the ground. With a wave of his hand, he immediately shattered all the pieces of the corpse, obliterating them completely. All that was left on the ground was a head. The reason why it was not completely obliterated was because he wanted to hang old demon Blackwind's head at the entrance of his manor to warn the other demons in Jadeite City. He wanted to make a name for himself. Chapter 1818. The next morning, a monster passed by Xia Ping's mansion and immediately found a bloody head hanging at the door of the mansion. Its eyes were wide open as if it had died with a grievance. Why is this head so familiar? Where have I seen it before? A monster was very puzzled. How could it not be familiar? A monster screamed, "This is the master of the 10,000 demon pavilion, old demon Blackwind. My God, something big has happened. Even the old demon Blackwind is dead. He was killed by the local tyrant Master Mateto." It instinctively felt that something big had happened. What kind of character was the old demon Blackwind? He was the master of the 10,000 demon pavilion, a major force in the Jadeite city. He was powerful enough to be on an equal footing with the city lord. However, such a character was dead, and his head was hung on someone else's mansion. It could be imagined how terrible this fact was. It was enough to shake the entire Jadeite city. Hurry up, pass the news back immediately. This time, an earth-shattering event really happened. A fierce dragon has come to the Jadeite city. A monster roared. Immediately, countless monsters on the street immediately acted and quickly passed the news to all places, so that all forces in the Jadeite city knew about it. Naturally, it included the 10,000 demon pavilion. Have you heard? The master of the 10,000 demon pavilion, old demon Blackwind, was killed, and his head was hung at the door of the mansion. I have heard about this for a long time. It spread throughout the city early in the morning. For this matter, I specially went there to have a look. Old demon Blackwind died miserably. His eyes were wide open and he died with a grievance. Indeed, I can feel the huge resentment left on that head. It almost erodes the soul. Those with weak cultivation will go crazy. He is indeed a great monster, extremely terrible. He killed the monster and hung his head at the door of the mansion as a warning to others. How much hatred does he have? I heard that Master Mateto went to the 10,000 demon pavilion yesterday morning. I didn't expect that the shop assistant of the 10,000 demon pavilion looked down on him. He even tried to blackmail Master Mateto for stealing things. It can be imagined that in a rage, Master Mateto left the 10,000 demon pavilion and went to the Fox Demon Palace to trade, which also slapped old demon Blackwind's face. Thus, this enmity began to form, and it was almost impossible to resolve. So that's how it is. It's no longer news that the Myriad Demon Pavilion bullies its customers. To be honest, I've been scammed quite a few times. If it weren't for the fact that the Myriad Demon Pavilion is rich and powerful, I would have destroyed them long ago. Now that they encountered a vicious demon, even the pavilion master was killed, they deserve it. What kind of person is this Master Mateto? He is simply audacious. He even killed old monster Blackwind. Is he not afraid of the revenge of the 1,000 demon pavilion? Their forces cover the entire demon realm. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see Master Mateto's appearance yesterday? He spent 1 billion demon coins just like that. How could such a monster have no background? Maybe he is not afraid of the 1,000 demon pavilion. There's going to be a good show to watch. It's going to be a fierce battle between tigers and dragons. I, on the other hand, hope that the Myriad Demon Pavilion is unlucky. These bastards have scammed quite a number of people. There aren't many people in the Jadeite city who haven't been scammed by the Myriad Demon Pavilion. This is definitely a scam. In the Jadeite city, countless demons were discussing the matter of old monster Blackwind's death in their spare time. Most of the demons were clapping their hands and cheering. They felt that this was a matter of great demon satisfaction. They were even gloating at the Myriad Demon Pavilion because they had been scammed by the Myriad Demon Pavilion. It had reached the level of public resentment. Fox Demon Palace. What? You said that old monster Blackwind was killed and even his head is hanging on the palace? Hu Sanyong had just gotten out of bed. She was extremely charming and extremely lazy. However, when she heard the news, she immediately jumped up from the bed and revealed a shocked expression. No one knew Old Monster Black Wind better than her. He was sinister, cunning, ruthless, and powerful. He had countless treasures on him. It was impossible for a Thunder Retribution Realm expert to kill him. But now, there was news that Old Monster Black Wind was killed. She did not dare to believe this news at all. Palace Master, this news is correct. This subordinate has specially rushed over to take a look. That is indeed Old Monster Black Wind's head. The demonic aura it emitted, even if it turned into ashes, this subordinate would still recognize it. A fox demon swore to the heavens. Impossible. Hu Sanyong still did not dare to believe it. If there was a battle last night, it must have been at the almighty level. The entire Jadeite city should have been able to sense the fluctuations produced. But why was it so calm last night? I did not sense any fluctuations of magic power. This does not seem like a duel between almighty experts. This is not clear. Maybe the other party has a way to conceal the fluctuations of the battle so that outsiders cannot sense it. The fox demon shook his head. Looks like I have to re-evaluate this partner of mine. Hu Sanyong's expression was solemn. I previously thought that the other party was just a playboy. I did not expect him to be so savage. He even killed Old Monster Black Wind without making a sound. This method is really terrifying. Someone, immediately send me a message and personally deliver a big gift to celebrate Master Matato's housewarming. It had already decided to nurture its relationship with Master Matato and strengthen their cooperation. Maybe this time, it had hugged a golden thigh. Inside the myriad demon pavilion. At this moment, many of the demons were already surging with anger. That Master Matato is so daring. He even dared to kill the master of our 10,000 demons pavilion. He wants to overturn the heavens. A demon was unable to restrain his anger. Kill him. Immediately kill that Master Matato. Take his head. Kill his entire family. Exterminate his entire clan. Avenge the master. Many demons shouted angrily. How many years had it been since something like this happened? It had always been their 10,000 demons pavilion bullying others and killing entire families. No demon dared to offend their 10,000 demons pavilion. All these years, they were used to being domineering. Wherever they went, they were the local overlords. Even if the people were boiling with anger, no demon could shake the position of the 10,000 demons pavilion. But now, there was actually a demon who dared to kill the master of the 10,000 demons pavilion. He even hung the master's head above the mansion. This was no longer as simple as killing a demon. This was clearly a show of force. This was a deterrence. This was killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This was declaring war with their 10,000 demons pavilion. If they did not ruthlessly deal with this demon, would their 10,000 demons pavilion still have any face in the future? Would there still be demons who were afraid of their 10,000 demons pavilion? Everyone, rest assured. The one who spoke was the vice master of the 10,000 demons pavilion. I have already reported this matter to the headquarters. They will send senior cadres to deal with this matter. When the experts from the headquarters arrive, they will immediately kill this reckless and arrogant demon to avenge the master. No demon can kill a demon from the 10,000 demons pavilion and live. I want him to be in a life and death situation. He clenched his fists and revealed a fierce look. Chapter 1819. Jadeite City Lord Palace. At this moment, many demon kings gathered together. Their demonic aura soared into the sky, and the leading demon was the Jadeite City Lord, the Jadeite Master. It was a demon at the peak of the Thunder Calamity state, and its cultivation was terrifying. Many demons could feel the terrible aura of the Jadeite Master, which was almost overflowing. It seemed that the slightest anger would bring down the power of thunder. City Lord, I heard that the lawless old demon Black Wind is dead, and his head is hanging on the door. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. How delightful. I didn't expect to hear such good news so early in the morning. Some demons laughed and gloated. Obviously, it had a deep grudge with the Black Wind Demon. Isn't that so? That Black Wind Demon is just a demon king at the peak of the Dharma plane. He came to our Jadeite city just because he is the pavilion master of the Myriad Demon Pavilion and has the support of the Myriad Demon Pavilion. He has taken advantage of us many times, but we can't do anything to him. He is really hateful. Some demons gritted their teeth. Over the years, the Black Wind Demon had come to the Jadeite city, and their interests had been greatly damaged. However, they were afraid of the power of the Myriad Demon Pavilion and could not do anything to it. Over time, the Myriad Demon Pavilion became a cancer of the Jadeite city. Fortunately, God has eyes and let the Black Wind Demon meet a tough guy, and he was killed directly. Now, the Jadeite city is happy. There are no demons who dare to fight against us, and we can dominate the world. Many of the demons smiled and felt very pleased. But what is the background of the demon who killed the Black Wind Demon? Could it be that a fierce tiger came just after we drove away the wolf? This is not a good thing. Don't worry, I have investigated clearly. That kid is called Master Mateto, and he seems to be a powerful demon with a background. However, he came to the Jadeite city alone without any forces. There is such a thing, but since he dared to kill the pavilion master of the Myriad Demon Pavilion, I am afraid his background is not small. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the pressure of the Myriad Demon Pavilion. I really hope that the two sides fight each other. Many demons heard that Master Mateto did not have any forces stationed, and they immediately felt relieved. If another force stronger than the Myriad Demon Pavilion came, they would be extremely aggrieved. No one wanted to have an Emperor Emeritus sitting on top of their heads and having to take orders from him. Wait, he came to Jadeite City at this time and is so powerful. Could he be here for the black hole worm? A monster's eyes flickered as he voiced his guess. Definitely. How could such a powerful demon come to a small place like Jadeite City for no reason? If it wanted to go, it would go to a big city like Demon Imperial City. Other than the black hole worm being able to attract such a powerful demon, there are no other possibilities. In that case, we have another competitor for the black hole worm. This is going to be a little troublesome. To be able to kill old monster Black Zephyr without anyone noticing, that person's strength is not simple. That's right. Defeating old freak Black Zephyr is easy. However, killing him is even more difficult. Many monsters guessed the purpose of Master Mateto coming to Jadeite City. Suddenly, the Emerald Lord said, "I've decided to invite Master Mateto to join our team to search for the black hole worm. We'll advance and retreat together." What? City Lord, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We don't know what kind of monster Master Mateto is. How can he join our team? What if he's a spy? If he turns on us, we can't stand it. That's right. Some monsters disagreed. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Emerald Lord waved his hand. In this world, if you're not an enemy, then you're a friend. There's no neutrality. If we don't take advantage of this time to rope in such a powerful demon, would it be too late to wait for the black hole worm to appear? Moreover, the news of the black hole worm's appearance has spread far and wide. The nearby Giant Tide City, Green Willow City, Orchid City, Rose City, as well as the bigger forces like Fox Demon Palace, 10,000 Demon Pavilion, and Blood Shadow Sect have all swarmed out. Under these forces, our Jadeite City is just a slightly bigger ant. We don't have the upper hand at all. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even be able to see the black hole worm. Many monsters were silent. This was indeed the case. Compared with these forces, their Jadeite City's strength was not the weakest, but it also did not have any advantage. As for whether that demon has other intentions, I don't think it's a big problem. After all, what good intentions does our Jadeite City have? If he really had an intention, he wouldn't come to our Jadeite City. Wouldn't it be better to go to a bigger city? The Emerald Master continued, more importantly, for an unstable factor like this, rather than placing him outside where we don't know what he's doing, it's better to place him right under our noses and monitor him at all times. Wouldn't that be safer? Under your surveillance, can he still turn the sky upside down? City Lord is right. As expected of the City Lord, he's far-sighted. Many demons were filled with admiration. They were in awe and had nothing to say. Very well, then I'll personally persuade this demon to join us. The Emerald Lord said in a deep voice. What? Many monsters were surprised. The City Lord actually personally persuaded Master Mateto. How much face did he have? They didn't know how long it had been since they saw their City Lord meet with guests. However, thinking about it, the other party was a powerful demon who killed Old Demon Blackwind. He was qualified to be met by the City Lord personally. At this moment, in a manner, Tu Linglong and Qing Wan also knew what happened last night. Their faces were very dark. They didn't expect that after waking up, such an earth-shattering event would happen. The 10,000 Demon Pavilion's Old Demon Blackwind was actually killed by Xia Ping. Moreover, his head was hanging above the door, looking extremely ferocious and ominous. Xia Ping, you bastard human, do you know our identity? Stowaways, do you understand? Tu Linglong gritted her teeth and glared at Xia Ping. We are illegal in this place. If we are discovered by the demons, we are dead for sure. We will definitely become the target of public criticism. Countless great demons will come to find trouble with us and flock to us. In such a dangerous place, it's fine if you don't act carefully, but you actually caused such a big trouble. Even the 10,000 Demon Pavilion's master was killed. What should we do now? The 10,000 Demon Pavilion will definitely want to destroy you. She was so angry that she couldn't wait to bite Xia Ping, this troublemaker, to death. He actually did such a thing carelessly. Don't worry, the 10,000 Demon Pavilion is a big force. With such strength, the organization is overstaffed and decision-making is slow. By the time they make a decision, we will have already left the demon realm. How could we meet with the 10,000 Demon Pavilion's powerhouses? Xia Ping waved his hand. Moreover, I did such a thing with a purpose and a plan. It will be of great benefit to us to get the black hole worm. What good does killing Old Demon Blackwind do to get the black hole worm? It's clearly you bastard. Tu Linglong wanted to bite him. Chapter 1820. Before Tu Linglong could figure out who the guest was, a voice suddenly came from outside the mansion. Your Excellency, the City Lord of Jadeite City has come to visit. He hopes to meet you. Come in. Xia Ping waved his hand and removed the restrictive formation of the manor, allowing the monsters outside to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 monsters immediately flew in from outside. The one in the lead was a Thunder Calamity State cultivator, and the 2 beside him seemed to be the guards of Jadeite City. They were a little weaker, but they were also at the peak of the Dharma stage, not inferior to the Black Wind Demon. If I'm not wrong, you should be the City Lord of Jadeite City. Xia Ping smiled slightly and looked at the old man in a green robe. He exuded a powerful demonic aura that was unfathomable, as if he was at the peak of the Thunder Calamity level. Such a person almost stood at the top of the mortal world, just one step away from transcending mortality and becoming a saint. The City Lord of Jadeite City. Hearing this, Tu Linglong and Qing Wan both widened their eyes. They were very nervous, as they had never seen such an important person. This was the master of Jadeite City, a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Thunder Calamity level. To them, this was an important person who was so far away that they could not contact him at all. But now, he had actually come to meet them in person. It was really unbelievable. Brother Wu, this is the first time we've met. I don't have much to give you, so I'll just give you a small gift as a housewarming gift. The Jade Master clapped his hands and laughed. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 guards next to him threw out a space ring, which was filled with a lot of treasures. Xia Ping reached out and took it. He scanned it with his divine sense and saw that the space ring was filled with dazzling treasures, magic treasures, materials, pills, and so on. It was worth at least 100 million demon coins. They had just met, but they had already given such a valuable gift. On the one hand, they were after something big, and on the other hand, they were showing the wealth of Jadeite City. No matter what, the purpose of the Jade Master had been achieved, which was enough for Xia Ping to pay attention to their action this time. Thank you, City Lord, for your gift. But in my opinion, the gift is nothing. It seems that the city lord wants to be friends with me. Xia Ping smiled slightly. The corners of the two monster guards' mouths twitched. This guy was quite arrogant. A gift of 100 million demon coins, and he still dared to say that it was a small gift. One must know that this was a wealth that many monsters could never obtain in their lifetime. But thinking about it carefully, this guy could spend 1 billion demon coins in a day, so it was not surprising that he dared to say such words. Hi, you're right. The gift is secondary. I just want to make friends with you, Brother Wu. As the saying goes, everyone is a brother. One more brother and one more friend means one more way out. There's no need for one more enemy, right? The Emerald Master indeed wanted to make friends with Xia Ping and find out more about him. There's no need for pleasantries. I'm a demon, and I'm a straightforward person. I don't like pleasantries. City Lord, why don't you tell me the reason for your visit today? Xia Ping went straight to the point. As expected of Brother Wu. You're indeed direct. I'm the same. I can't be bothered with pleasantries. It's a waste of time, so I'll get straight to the point. This time, the black hole worm has appeared. Do you want to join our Emerald City and work together to obtain the black hole worm? The Emerald Master stated his purpose. I believe you also know how precious the black hole worm is. Once you obtain it, you can roam the world and comprehend the power of space within the black hole worm. With the power of the black hole worm, you can easily enter mystic realms with all kinds of restrictive formations and obtain all kinds of secret treasures. The world is big, and you can go anywhere you want. What? Tu Linglong and Qing Wan were dumbfounded. They never thought that the Emerald Master would appear in person. His purpose was to rope in Xia Ping and let him join the team to obtain the black hole worm. What was this? Inviting a wolf into the house. I see. It's about the black hole worm. It's not impossible to join you, but what value do you have for me to join? You should know that there are many monsters that want to invite me. Xia Ping hesitated and didn't agree easily. As a powerful monster, he couldn't join just because he wanted to. He needed to be reserved, or other monsters would look down on him. Hearing this, the Emerald Master and the other monsters didn't get angry. Instead, they looked as if they had expected it. They had guessed that he came to Jadeite City for the black hole worm, and it seemed that it was just as they had expected. I believe that Brother Wu also knows that the black hole worm disappeared in the universe back then because its leader, the black hole worm patriarch, personally took all the black hole worms away and hid them in the dimensional void. That's why no black hole worm has appeared in the universe ever since. The Emerald Master spoke of historical secrets. However, the ancient war was a battle of life and death for the entire universe. The black hole worm patriarch was forced to fight, but he couldn't defeat the abyssal demons and died tragically on the battlefield. As for its lair, the black hole worm's lair, it was hidden in the depths of the void and hadn't appeared for a long time. However, today, it seems that after a spatial turbulence, the black hole worm's lair finally rushed out of the dimensional space and returned to the real world. Some demon sages calculated that the black hole worm's lair is about to enter the demon realm, which is a place near Jadeite City. Once the black hole worm's lair appears, the black hole worm inside will definitely appear. After countless years of reproduction, even if the black hole worm's reproductive ability is very poor, it should have given birth to many offspring. This is enough for us to fight for. As long as we can get one, we can develop and become rich. Its eyes revealed a greedy light, filled with desire. Of course I know all these things. Xia Ping pretended to know everything and didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. However, you still haven't told me what advantages you have. What is it that is worth me joining? Brother Wu, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I'll be honest. My Jadeite City indeed doesn't have any advantages, and it's insignificant compared to the other forces. Whether we can get the black hole worm or not is another matter. It can only depend on luck. The Emerald Master narrowed his eyes. However, Brother Wu, you have a deep background. Instead of relying on a large force, you ran to a poor and remote place like Jadeite City. I'm afraid you have some secret behind you. However, my Emerald Master's greatest advantage is that I never investigate the secrets of my friends. I get along with them as equals and I'm very tight-lipped. I'm a friend worth making. Tight-lipped is the greatest advantage. Many monsters don't trust you because they don't keep their mouths shut. Since the Emerald City Master said so, I have no reason to refuse. Xia Ping said lightly. Does that mean Brother Wu has agreed? The Emerald Master's eyes lit up. He had finally convinced this mysterious monster. This was a powerful helper. In order to get the black hole worm, a powerful helper was indispensable. Yes, I agree. Xia Ping nodded. In that case, let's meet at the City Lord's mansion tonight. I'll introduce some powerful monsters to Brother Wu. They are all good partners in fighting for the black hole worm. The Emerald Master made an invitation. Xia Ping naturally did not refuse. Chapter 1821. After a pleasant conversation, the Emerald Master and the two guards left. Why did you agree to join the Emerald Master? Tu Linglong frowned and asked. I feel that the Emerald Master is not a good demon. I'm afraid it's a trap for inviting you to join. Indeed, the Emerald Master is harboring evil intentions. The Green Phoenix nodded. She could sense people's hearts and knew that the Emerald Master, who seemed forthright and cheerful, was not as simple as he looked. He was very shrewd. Everyone has ulterior motives. This is not surprising. Xia Ping smiled. Moreover, joining them doesn't mean that I have to help them. They want to use me and I want to use them too. We're just using each other. Many forces seem to know about the black hole worm's appearance this time. If we don't get in touch with them, we probably won't even know where the black hole worm is or when it will appear. However, it's different if we join them. We can obtain a lot of information from them. Moreover, when everyone fights for the black hole worm, there will be a scapegoat. He mentioned the many benefits of joining the other party. Scapegoat? I knew you didn't have good intentions, but this does make sense. We still don't know who will be the final winner. Tu Linglong clenched her fists and felt that it made sense. It's best if you're confident. The Green Phoenix had no objections. As long as they got the black hole worm, everything else was secondary. The next night, at the City Lord's mansion, Xia Ping attended the banquet alone while Tu Linglong and the Green Phoenix stayed in the mansion to cultivate. After all, it was a gathering of mighty figures tonight, so it was not convenient for them to come. At this moment, many demons had already appeared in the City Lord's mansion. At least with the naked eye, one could see 7 or 8 demons at the Lightning Tribulation realm. They were all helpers invited by the Emerald Master. Apart from that, there were also 70 to 80 demons at the Transcendence realm. Almost all the elites of the entire Emerald City had appeared in the City Lord's mansion. As soon as Xia Ping entered, he was immediately baptized by the gazes of countless demons. This was because he had become too famous in Emerald City recently. From the first day, he had spent 1 billion demon coins, becoming the talk of Emerald City. Furthermore, the day before, he had actually killed the Black Zephyr Old Monster and pinned his head to the entrance, thoroughly offending the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. His methods were extremely cruel, and he was currently in the limelight. Even a Lightning Tribulation eminence paid close attention to Xia Ping. They wanted to know what abilities this mysterious demon had. Brother Wu, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. At this time, the Emerald Master saw Xia Ping and was very forthright. He immediately introduced, "This is Brother Gu Zhentong from the Black Bone race. He is very powerful." A skeleton wearing a black robe appeared in front of Xia Ping. It revealed a pair of pitch-black eyes, and the depths of its pupils seemed to flicker with a soul fire, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Xia Ping could feel the tyrannical strength of this skeleton. It was as if every bone in its body was as strong as a high-grade spirit artifact. It was made up of countless bones, and they were all one. This is the great elder of the demonic butterfly clan, Dai. This is the great elder of the wind mosquito clan, Wen Zheng. The Emerald Master continued to introduce the Lightning Tribulation eminences present. She introduced almost all the Lightning Tribulation eminences present. She also introduced quite a few other Transcendence eminences. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he already knew them. By the way, The Emerald Master still wanted to introduce Xia Ping's name. City Lord, there's no need to introduce him. This is the recently famous Master Wu Taidu in Emerald City. Who doesn't know him now? At this time, a demon shouted, but no matter what, this is just a junior at the returning nature realm. I don't think this kid is qualified to join our team. When the time comes to fight for the black hole worm, this kid will be a burden. He might even cause us to rescue him and ruin our plan. It was very dissatisfied with Xia Ping's joining, so it directly refused. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. The one who spoke was a dog demon. Its attribute was thunder, so it should be a thunderhound. It looked at Xia Ping with contempt, its eyes very arrogant. It also had the capital to be arrogant. It was a demon king at the peak of the transcendence realm, and it also had the thunder attribute. Its attack power was extremely terrifying, and it could be said to be one of the best among the demons of the same level. Except for the Thunder Retribution Realm powerhouses that were one level higher than it did not care about anyone. Brother Thunderhound, you can't say that. Brother Wu has already proven his strength. Even the famous Black Zephyr monster fell at his hands. The Emerald Master said, City Lord, I already know about this. The Thunderhound waved its hand. But who knows how this kid killed him? Maybe he used a powerful secret treasure to kill the Black Zephyr monster. This kind of thing is not uncommon. The problem is, how many of such secret treasures can there be? Maybe it's a one-time use, and it's gone after it's used. That's why it's so powerful. If that's the case, this kid is a fake, and he is not qualified to join us at all. Before it could finish speaking, suddenly, a fist force blasted toward it. It condensed into a solid substance and emitted endless heat, as if a sun had risen from the dark vacuum. Xia Ping attacked and directly punched it. The Thunderhound could not react at all because the speed of the fist force was too fast. In the next second, its whole body was hit by the fist, and it was directly sent flying. It slid across the ground for hundreds of meters, and a terrible crack appeared on the ground. In the end, it slammed into the wall of the City Lord's mansion. Even though the entire City Lord's mansion, every wall, and even every brick contained a tyrannical restriction array, at this moment, it could not withstand the impact, and many cracks appeared on the walls. Puff! The Thunderhound was slammed into the wall, and the shock injured its lungs. It could not help but cough up blood, and even the hair on its body was burned by the flames. Even its wounds were roasted. It looked at Xia Ping in shock and anger. If it was not for its thick skin, it would have been killed by that punch just now. At that time, it would not even be able to cry. Many monsters were also shocked. They did not expect Master Wu to be so cruel. He dared to hurt a monster in the City Lord's mansion in front of the City Lord. How bold was he? Who else? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and looked around at the monsters. Who else is not convinced, and who doubts my strength, immediately stand up and see if I can kill it. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You just took advantage of the monster. If it wasn't for the Thunderhound's carelessness, how could you have defeated it? If you have the guts, fight fair and square. Chapter 1822. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He slammed his palm down from the sky. Terrifying mana was contained in the depths of his palm, emitting frightening waves of mana. Small tricks. What kind of monster do you think I am? Once I'm prepared, a despicable monster like you who only knows how to sneak up on me can only eat my dust. The golden light leopard laughed coldly, as if it did not take Xia Ping seriously at all. But in the next second, its expression changed because it realized that this palm was extremely frightening. It was as if the palm contained a country. It was the palm of China. With one slap, it sealed the sky and locked the earth, forming an absolute space field around its body. It sealed all its escape routes and locked its aura. It's useless. Small tricks can't scare me. The golden light leopard roared. Since it could not escape, it would fight to the end. Among cultivators of the same level, it was never afraid of anyone with strength and attack power. Not to mention, this was just a little monster at the returning nature realm. It did not care about it at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the golden light leopard turned into a solidified golden light and slammed towards the palm. It gathered an extremely strong attack power, indestructible and extremely frightening. But it was useless. When the golden light hit the palm, it was as if it had hit an iron wall. Its attack was no different from scratching its head. The golden light leopard could not withstand the power of the palm and was slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters. Gravel flew everywhere, thick smoke billowed, and the ground was torn apart. It could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Countless wounds appeared on its body, and blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. The ground was almost dyed red with blood. The golden light leopard looked at Xia Ping in disbelief. It never thought that it would lose so badly. With just one palm, it was sent flying like a piece of trash and was seriously injured. Even the golden light magic that it was so proud of was like a piece of paper in front of this kid. It was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Dharma realm. How could it be so weak? So strong? The surrounding demons were all shocked. They had all heard of Xia Ping's reputation and knew that he had killed the famous Black Zephyr. However, they all guessed that he might have used some kind of powerful treasure. But looking at it now, even without using any treasures, Master Mutato was not inferior to any monster at the peak of the Dharma stage. All of a sudden, they no longer looked down on him and immediately raised Master Mutato to an unprecedented height. The Emerald Master narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to explore Master Mutato's strength, but he didn't expect the other party's strength to be beyond imagination. In fact, the monster from before was secretly arranged by him. Who else? Is there any other demon that isn't convinced? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back as he surveyed his surroundings. His eyes were like torches. Many demons avoided Xia Ping's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. They were afraid that they would be targeted by this fiendish demon and end up like the golden light leopard and the others. For a moment, the entire hall of the City Lord's mansion was shrouded in Xia Ping's fierce power. At this moment, a demon suddenly spoke. Interesting. Master Mutato, right? You have such a big tone and look invincible. Do you want to fight with me for a few moves? Many demons looked over and were all shocked. Because the one who spoke was a great demon of the Thunder Retribution realm, the Rock Tiger demon. Its body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. It seemed to be very unconvinced by Xia Ping's arrogance and wanted to suppress Xia Ping's arrogance. Oh, so it's the Rock Tiger demon? You also want to fight with me? It's not impossible. You are a great demon of the Thunder Retribution realm. If I fight, I may not be able to control it. Later, you may be killed by me like the Black Zephyr demon. Do you want to try? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and stared at the Rock Tiger demon. The aura of the Golden Crow of Hell instantly broke out. Ancient, noble, chaotic, eternal, and other auras filled the surroundings. Vaguely, all the demons present felt a palpitating aura from the depths of their blood. This was the behavior of inferior creatures when they encountered higher creatures. They had no power to resist and simply wanted to immediately crawl on the ground. Even the ground creaked from the pressure, and cracks appeared on it. Many demons had the urge to run away. This was a threat and a declaration of death. Just like an emperor, if the emperor wanted his subjects to die, the subjects had no choice but to die. What? Feeling this aura, the Rock Tiger demon's body shook. The murderous aura in its body immediately disappeared. It was fiercely suppressed by this terrifying ancient aura. It was clearly a great demon of the Thunder Retribution realm, while the opponent was only a demon of the late stage of the Returning Nature realm. However, it actually felt a terrifying sense of powerlessness in front of a demon saint. It seemed that as long as the demon in front of it wanted to, it could be completely obliterated. The Rock Tiger demon was sweating profusely. It regretted so much that its intestines turned green. As a great demon of the Thunder Retribution realm, it immediately realized the gap between itself and the terrifying demon in front of it. If they really fought, it might die and follow in the footsteps of the Black Zephyr demon. However, it was really hard to get off now. It was a great demon of the Thunder Retribution realm. If it retreated and admitted defeat now, wouldn't it lose a lot of face? It would become a laughingstock in the future. Which demon would look up to it? Brother Wu, please calm down. At this time, the Emerald Lord immediately spoke and acted as a peacemaker. Just now, Brother Rock Tiger Demon was a little impulsive, but it wasn't intentional. Moreover, now that we are facing a great enemy, the most important thing is to seize the black hole worm. Why do we have to make waves now and cause internal divisions or even suffer losses? This is not worth the loss. It dissuaded Xia Ping. Alright, since the City Lord has said so, I will give you face. However, there will be no next time. Whoever dares to offend my dignity must die. Xia Ping snorted coldly. Of course. The Emerald Lord nodded repeatedly, but it was shocked in its heart. It originally wanted to test Xia Ping's strength, but it didn't expect the other party's strength to be so terrifying and unfathomable. In particular, when the other party's bloodline surged, it actually emitted an aura that even it was almost unable to resist. What kind of demon bloodline was this? Was he really a descendant of a divine beast? For a moment, it let its imagination run wild and had many speculations about Xia Ping. When the Rock Tiger Demon heard this, it immediately had a way out. It gave up this challenge and saved its face. At the same time, it looked at the Emerald Lord gratefully. If it wasn't for the Emerald Lord's help, it was afraid that even if it didn't die today, it would have lost a layer of skin. This kid is not simple. Chapter 1823. The banquet continued. Although there were some small interludes, under the Emerald Master's skilled diplomatic skills, the many demons still got along very well. After all, everyone had the same goal and there were no differences. After 3 rounds of drinking, when the atmosphere reached a certain level, the Emerald Master suddenly opened his mouth and said to Xia Ping, Brother Wu, I heard that you sold 10 tons of crystal fragrant rice and obtained 1 billion demon coins to buy various things. Is this true? That is indeed true. Why are you asking this? Xia Ping nodded. I'm just a little curious. Why do you want to buy these useless things? Logically speaking, with Brother Wu's strength, you don't need these resources at all. Of course, if this is a secret, just pretend I didn't ask. The Emerald Master asked curiously. This is not a secret. The main reason I buy these things is to feel good. Xia Ping said casually. Demons live for nothing more than to feel good. Taking revenge is satisfying, getting promoted and getting rich is satisfying, becoming a sage is also satisfying, and the reason why I squandered money everywhere and bought all sorts of useless things is just to experience the feeling of squandering. Spending 1 billion in one go, don't you guys feel satisfied? The mouths of the demons twitched. They were speechless. They thought that Xia Ping had a deeper reason for doing these things. They didn't expect it to be so simple. It was just to squander, just to feel good. But they didn't think there was anything strange about it. That was because demon kings also had many quirks. Some were clearly land demon kings, but they always thought of themselves as birds. They always wanted to soar in the sky and build nests on trees. Some demon kings liked to stare at a point in the sky and would not move for almost 3 years. Some liked to drink and would not be happy without wine. These kinds of demon kings' quirks were everywhere. It was not surprising that demon kings like this liked to squander and spend money. If that's the case, if Brother Wu has extra crystal rice, can you sell some to me? Of course, if you want to buy all kinds of resources, Jadeite City also has them. The Emerald Master stated his purpose. The eyes of all the monsters lit up. That's right, if this kid liked to squander, why didn't he squander on them? They also had a lot of useless resources that they could sell to this kid. There was no need for them to pay at all. They could also earn this kind of money from other monsters and earn a lot of it. Most importantly, they also needed a top-grade spirit rice like the crystal fragrant rice. Even if they ate the crystal fragrant rice now, it wouldn't be of much use to their cultivation. However, they had their own families, organizations, and a large number of young monsters that needed to be nurtured. No matter what, Crystal fragrant rice was an extremely important strategic resource. No demon would complain about having too much of it. Of course, no problem. I still have a lot on me. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to finish it all. Xia Ping didn't care at all. It didn't matter who he traded with. Moreover, if he traded with these great monsters, he could obtain more resources from the demon realm and save a lot of time. After all, Hailan Bazaar was just a shopping street. How could it compare to the power of these great monsters? Who knew how many resources they could mobilize with a single command? Of course I can. I can even eat plenty. The Emerald Master said excitedly. Its demand for such spirit rice was almost limitless. Moreover, even if he couldn't eat it, he could sell it to other cities at a high price. He wouldn't lose money at all and would instead make a huge profit. Brother Wu, can you sell me some crystal fragrant rice? That's right. I also have a lot of treasures on me. I can definitely exchange for them. City Lord, you can't eat it alone. We have to have a share too. Many demons stepped forward to express their intention to trade with Xia Ping. Even the Rock Tiger demon who had just made things difficult for Xia Ping came forward shamelessly. After all, compared to demon coins, face was nothing. Of course, no problem. Xia Ping was very rich. He didn't have much on him, but he had a lot of crystal fragrant rice. He sold these things to many demons, which was equivalent to dumping. He used a large number of cheap resources to exchange for many precious non-renewable resources in the demon realm. This was an extremely cost-effective trade. Moreover, he was different from when he first entered Jadeite City. With the power of killing old demon Black Wind and defeating a group of demons, his divine might had risen to the extreme. If an ordinary demon carried a large amount of crystal fragrant rice, it would be like a child carrying gold to the market and courting death. However, if it was a mighty figure who could kill a Thunder Tribulation Realm demon, it would be different. No matter how much crystal fragrant rice he had on him, it wouldn't attract the covetous eyes of others. They would only think that it was a matter of course. Hearing Xia Ping's words, many demons were very excited. They stopped holding banquets and directly traded with Xia Ping. Xia Ping didn't stand on ceremony and directly took out 10,000 tons of crystal fragrant rice. Hearing this number, many demons' eyes almost popped out. They didn't expect Xia Ping to have so much spirit rice on him. Even the Jadeite master couldn't eat such a huge number. This was just right. They could join forces to eat it and could barely digest it. However, Xia Ping also made a request. He didn't want demon coins. He wanted to barter as much as possible. He wanted to buy a large number of ores, spirit herbs, pills, and so on. Many of the monsters became even more excited. To them, this was simply a huge profit. Not only could they buy the fragrant crystal rice, but they could also take the opportunity to dump those cheap mineral resources. How could there be such a transaction in this world? All of them felt too good. It was as if they had met the god of fortune. He was completely giving them money. In the face of such a good deal, even the Thunder Tribulation Realm great demons couldn't bear it. They expressed that they could also mobilize a large number of forces to buy various resources. After all, they had earned hundreds of millions of demon coins. No one would give up such a good deal. A few days later, at this moment, mountain-like resources had appeared in the space inside the mountain and river pearl. They almost covered a radius of thousands of kilometers. These were the materials traded from the demon realm. When Corinne and the Green Ox saw such treasures, they couldn't stop smiling. Using the food at the bottom of the cabin to buy so many resources was really a very cost-effective deal. Awesome! Xia Ping was very satisfied. The demon realm was indeed his paradise. With these resources, he could set up too many formations, refine countless treasures, and even transform his old nests in Cloud Continent and planet Yanhuang. In short, these resources had too many uses. Suddenly, one morning, the entire Jadeite city shook fiercely. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was shaking, and strange phenomena appeared. Chapter 1824. For a moment, all the mighty figures in Jadeite City were shocked. This vibration is the arrival of the hive in the demon realm. That's right, I can sense that savage aura. It's indeed the black hole worm. Move out immediately. If we're late, who knows how many mighty figures will arrive. We won't even have any leftovers. The demon monarchs of Jadeite City were extremely excited. They had waited for such a long time, and the black hole worm had finally appeared. All of them were extremely excited and immediately moved out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, they immediately flew out of their seclusion and gathered at the City Lord Mansion. The black hole worm has appeared. Let's go too. Xia Ping naturally sensed this situation and quickly set off. He would not fall behind these demon monarchs. Tu Linglong and Blue Luan were also very excited. They could finally see the light of completion of their mission. After a few breaths, Xia Ping arrived at the City Lord Mansion with Tu Linglong and Blue Luan. At this moment, there were hundreds of demon monarchs gathered in the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord, Emerald Master, was also among them. Let's go. Emerald Master did not waste any time and immediately set off toward the place where the black hole worm had appeared. This was not the time for small talk. If they were a step late, the black hole worm might be snatched away by other demon monarchs. They did not have time to waste here. Hearing this, the demon monarchs moved quickly and flew away from Jadeite City. After several hours, they finally approached the place where the black hole worm had appeared. This is the hive? It's spectacular. The demon monarchs approached the hive, and all of them widened their eyes in amazement. Xia Ping also looked over and found that a huge hive had appeared in front of him. It had descended from the void and spanned billions of kilometers. There was no end in sight. Its appearance looked like a huge beehive with many black holes. The surroundings were filled with a rich spatial aura and surging spatial turbulence. This hive even seemed to be connected to the depths of the void, absorbing the surrounding void power and emitting an unfathomable aura. It was like a huge war fortress. Indistinctly, a transparent spatial barrier appeared around the hive, forming an absolute spatial defense. It seemed that no one could enter it no matter where they went. That's right, this is Patriarch Black Hole's hive. Emerald Master's eyes were burning. He could not wait to rush in and snatch the black hole worm. But this bug nest isn't simple. There are spatial barriers everywhere. How do we break through? Some demon monarchs were very calm. They wanted to find a way to enter the nest. Humph, what's the point of going in? We'll just have to fight our way in and destroy all the spatial barriers. An ox demon king sneered. Without saying a word, it charged towards the insect nest and unleashed its supreme demonic power. A black bull horn appeared, condensed from demonic energy. Densely packed bull runes appeared on its surface, emitting a sharp, destructive, and terrifying aura, as if it could tear apart the void. In an instant, the black horn slammed into the insectoid nest. Ah! Suddenly, the ox demon king let out a shrill scream. This attack was useless against the spatial barrier, and the barrier was not damaged at all. It was as if the ox demon king had slammed into an impenetrable wall, producing a terrifying recoil. With a cracking sound, the bull horn on its body actually broke apart, and the terrifying rebounding force injured its lungs, sending its huge body flying. It coughed up blood in midair, having suffered quite a bit of injury. No way, a Thunder Tribulation Realm demon monarch's all-out attack actually couldn't break this spatial barrier? That's to be expected. Patriarch Black Hole is a demon sage after all. How can a nest he personally built be so extraordinary? How can it be broken so easily? Indeed, a demon sage is a demon sage. Even though it has been dead for countless years, its power cannot be underestimated. But how should we enter this bug nest? Many demon monarchs frowned as they looked at the huge black bug nest, thinking of a way to enter. If they couldn't even enter the bug nest, how could they obtain the black hole worm? Don't worry, everyone. I already know how to enter. At this time, the Emerald Lord said, although this bug nest is heavily guarded and cannot be destroyed by ordinary forces, it is still a place where Patriarch Black Hole Worm was placed. It is equivalent to a city, so there are naturally entrances and exits. The so-called entrances and exits are the spatial coordinates of this bug nest. As long as we find these spatial coordinates, we can enter the bug nest at will. It indicated that they needed to find the spatial coordinates of the bug nest before they could freely enter and exit this place. However, these spatial coordinates were hidden all around the bug nest, hidden in the depths of the void. It was very difficult to find them, so it hoped that the demon monarchs would work together and use their divine senses to scan the area and carry out a carpet search. This was a difficult task that required a lot of time. Whoever could find the spatial coordinates first would have the initiative to find the black hole worm. Spatial coordinates? Is it this thing? Just as the Emerald Lord finished speaking, Xia Ping suddenly spoke. His figure flashed, and he approached the bug nest. He reached out with his hand, and the void permeated, instantly grabbing a ball of black energy from the depths of the void. This ball of black energy was very strange. It was condensed into a solid form, like a gel. No matter how one squeezed it, it would return to its original state. However, when the demon monarch's divine senses penetrated it, they were shocked to find that there were coordinates in the depths of this ball of black energy. There was a dark and deep spatial tunnel that seemed to connect to the deepest part of the bug nest. That's right, this is the spatial coordinates of the bug nest. Heavens, how did you find it? How did you find it so quickly? The Emerald Lord was dumbfounded. It originally thought that it would take a lot of time to find the spatial coordinates of the bug nest, but who would have thought that before it could finish speaking, Xia Ping would find it in an instant? The demon monarchs also looked at Xia Ping, dumbfounded. It's nothing. My providence is unparalleled in the world, so I found it easily. I grabbed it casually, and the spatial coordinates naturally came to me. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, looking like he was the son of providence. This was nothing. He had not found it himself, but the spatial coordinates had come to him on their own. In fact, he had used the Hell Golden Crow's eye to see through the void to quickly find the location of the spatial coordinates, so he could easily capture it. However, the other demon monarchs did not know this and thought that what Xia Ping said was true. All of them were so jealous that their intestines turned green. Fuck, how could this guy be so lucky? The spatial coordinates even came to him on their own. Was there still justice in this world? Chapter 1825. Brother Wu, you are really lucky. I didn't expect you to find this space coordinates so easily, and it is also with Brother Wu. The Jade Master smiled insincerely. It was also very jealous. How could there be such a monster in the world? It was too unreasonable. With such heaven-defying luck, didn't it mean that all the treasures in the world were drilling into this bastard's hands? What effort was needed? As long as he stayed at home, wouldn't he automatically get countless treasures? When it thought of how much effort it had put in to obtain a few treasures, but this brat had effortlessly turned misfortune into fortune and picked up the treasures from the cliff, it couldn't help but feel angry. How could there be such a huge gap between demons? However, on the surface, it still expressed admiration and did not show its jealousy at all. It showed a congratulatory look. After all, Xia Ping got the space coordinate, which was also good for them. You are welcome. In the future, if you follow me, I will eat and I guarantee that you will drink. It is no problem to eat until your brain is full of fat. Xia Ping said carelessly, patting his chest, showing the style of a leading big brother. The Emerald Master was so angry that his teeth itched. This bastard said these words to show that he was planning to suppress him. Who didn't know that he was the leader this time? This Master Potato clearly wanted to take the lead. The corners of many Monster Kings' mouths twitched. This young monster was too arrogant. He just found a space coordinate, and he actually wanted to be their boss and ride on their heads. It was just a little monster of the returning nature realm. Even if it was powerful, had a big background, and had many trump cards, they were still Monster Kings. How could it be so easy to surrender? But they were all very shrewd monsters. Naturally, they would not show their dissatisfaction. Anyway, they were not the boss, the Jade Master was. If there was any trouble, it would definitely be the Jade Master who would take the lead. Junior, thank you. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. We just came and found the space coordinates of the bug nest. Give it to me and I will spare your dog life. All of a sudden, an arrogant voice boomed out like a thunderclap, causing the void to tremble and causing the expressions of all the monster kings present to change as their eardrums started to hurt. Then, an illusory figure suddenly appeared behind Xia Ping. It was sinister and cunning, and a palm shot out. Instantly, a terrifying stream of air condensed into a giant palm, exuding an ancient, oppressive, submissive, imperial, and other auras. It was as if the enemy had no choice but to submit. It was extremely domineering. The surrounding demon kings were all astonished. They could feel that this palm contained the true essence of wind. In this world there was only one primordial overlord left. It walked out from the primal chaos, and no power could resist it. If they were under this palm, they would instantly turn into powder and cease to exist. Courting death. Xia Ping coldly snorted. Sensing the threat of this palm, he suddenly attacked and punched out. Martial arts divine ability, Yang God Fist. Immediately, under the endless storm, the terrifying power of flames in his body surged out. It was as if a flaming divine bird rose up and quickly gathered on his fist. In an instant, the sky shook and the void trembled. Dazzling sunlight descended, tearing apart the dark sky and destroying all dark energy. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and it was the only one. This attack was as if a sun was held in one's hand, and then instantly smashed out. The fist technique imbued with the power of flames, as if it was an eternal light. The fist smashed into the giant palm of wind, instantly piercing through the storm and burning the universe. Every inch of the storm was shattered under this terrifying fist force, turning into nothingness. With a swoosh, the storm dissipated, and suddenly, a young monster in a white robe appeared in the distance. He looked handsome and feminine, and his eyes revealed a sinister look that made people shudder. A junior in the late stage of the returning truth realm can actually withstand my Wind Emperor palm? This is one of the ultimate skills of Storm City. What is your background? The young monster in the white robe looked at Xia Ping with a little surprise. It's none of your business. Xia Ping squinted at him. You actually dare to sneak attack me. You have guts. Do you know that if you anger me, Master Wu Taidu, your whole family will be exterminated? Hurry up and kowtow to apologize. Do you want your whole family to be exterminated? He arrogantly ordered the young monster in the white robe to kneel down and apologize. Dog! Hearing this, the young monster in the white robe was half dead with anger. What bullshit, Master Wu Taidu? I've never even heard of a little monster. Trash, how dare you be so arrogant with me, Feng Ganglai, and want to exterminate my whole family? Emerald Master, this is your way of governing. Hurry up and take care of your dog. Does your Emerald City want to face the anger of Storm City? He was almost mad with anger. One had to know that he was the son of the Storm City Master, Feng Ganglai. His talent was unparalleled. In a short span of 12,000 years, he had cultivated to the early stage of the Thunder Retribution realm. He was comparable to the older generation of monsters. Not to mention his identity, even his cultivation was earth-shattering. It was enough to dominate the monster world. Under his majesty, ordinary monsters would tremble and not dare to move. They were so scared that they crawled down. But now, a little monster in the returning truth realm, a nobody who came out of nowhere, dared to go against him, asking him to kneel down and apologize, or else he would exterminate his whole family. This kind of humiliation was something he had never experienced before. It was simply a slap in the face, making him lose face in front of so many monsters. What kind of humiliation was this? To be honest, at this moment, Feng Ganglai had the urge to kill and tear apart this Master Wu Taidu, his friends, his family, and even his clansmen. The son of the Storm City Master, Feng Ganglai. Hearing this, many of the monster kings were shocked. Their faces were ashen, especially the Emerald Master. His face was extremely ugly. It was an earthy yellow color, as if he had eaten shit. Because Storm City was the most powerful monster city within 10 light years. The Wind Demon clan lived in it. They were tyrannical and incomparable. It was really the kind of monster kings that were like rain. Legend had it that it had the support of a demon saint. That was a real big monster, a big race, the kind that could do whatever they wanted in the monster world. As for Emerald City, it was just one of the billions of cities in the monster world. It was just a small place, a small village. How could it be compared to a super overlord like Storm City? If such a big character was offended, perhaps Emerald City would be turned into powder in an instant. It would die in the anger of the many monster kings of Storm City. How could the Emerald Master not be afraid? It was obvious that Master Wu Taidu had provoked a super strong enemy for his Emerald City for no reason. Damn, this was purely an undeserved disaster. Chapter 1826. Apologize? Hearing this, Feng Genglai laughed coldly and said, "He offended me, Feng Genglai. Do you think a simple apology will suffice? Of course, you can apologize on his behalf, but can you die on his behalf?" He was extremely rude and overbearing. An apology alone could not calm his anger at all. The Emerald King was speechless. He had nothing to say. An apology was just a matter of a sentence, but death could not replace it. He was not that generous. "Apologize my ass." Xia Ping cursed. "You're just a country monster, a native. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you be so arrogant here? What bullshit Storm City? I've never even heard of it. To tell you the truth, the Emerald King is my friend, a friend of life and death. His business is my business. If you dare to touch a hair of the Emerald City, I will not let you off. In other words, Storm City is finished, completely finished. Do you understand?" He showed a protective look. It was clear that the Emerald City was under his protection, and the other monsters could not be touched. Hearing this, the Emerald King's face turned green, completely green. This bastard really touched my sore spot. The Emerald City was fine, why did it need this guy's protection? Moreover, with this guy's words, the Emerald City was tied to the same chariot as Master Matedo. At the same time, it would also be hated by the young master of Storm City. Even if it was not shit, it was shit. Fuck, this guy was clearly a scourge. When he went out, he picked up treasures. What about the Emerald King? When he went out, he stepped on shit. The difference was too big. This was an unexpected disaster. Country monster? Native. Hearing this, Feng Genglai was completely enraged. "Master Matedo, how dare you humiliate me, Feng Genglai, humiliate Storm City like this? From now on, I, Feng Genglai, and Storm City will fight to the death with you, Master Matedo. Someone, immediately come out and investigate this Master Matedo's background. Who are his friends? Who are his relatives? Who are his clansmen? Investigate everything clearly. Once you find out, capture them immediately and kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. I want this arrogant brat to pay a bloody price. I want all the demons in the demon realm to know the consequences of offending me, Feng Genglai, and kill the chicken to scare the monkey." It was so angry that it roared. As the young master of Storm City, his position was high and he was equivalent to the crown prince of a country. He had many subordinates and powerful beings. Once he unleashed his might, the sky and earth would change, the earth would shake, mountains would collapse, and tsunamis would occur. Now that there was a demon that dared to humiliate it like this, it would not be able to quell its unyielding anger if it did not kill until blood flowed like a river and the entire city fell silent. This was what it meant when the emperor was enraged, millions of corpses would fall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of demon kings appeared behind Feng Genglai, forming a huge demon formation. Demonic chi shot into the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. It was as if they had been lying in ambush all along, waiting for Feng Genglai's command. As the young master of Storm City, it was impossible for him to travel without bodyguards. "It's over." Seeing so many demon kings from Storm City appear, the faces of the Emerald Master and the other demons turned green. They had not even entered the nest, and they had not expected to encounter such a disaster. They had provoked a colossus like Storm City. They were really down on their luck for 8 lifetimes. One by one, the demon kings glared at Xia Ping fiercely. They wanted nothing more than to tear this fellow into pieces. If not for this fellow's big mouth, this would not have happened. The Emerald Master stepped forward. He still wanted to negotiate with Feng Ganglai and keep the peace. After all, they had not found the black hole worm yet, and they could not afford to lose manpower here. But before the Emerald Master could speak, Xia Ping spoke and shouted, "You want to bully the few with more demons? What a joke! In the demon realm, strength is everything, and numbers do not give you any advantage. You're just a bunch of small fries. My friend can beat up dozens of you at any time. No matter how many come, they will all die. Isn't it just a fight to the death? If we dare to frown and retreat, we won't be able to have children in the future." What? Hearing this, many of the demon kings were furious. They wanted to immediately sew up this bastard's mouth. At this time, he actually dared to provoke the other party with such a big mouth. He was afraid that they would not die fast enough. The Emerald Master was also so angry that he could not speak. This time, they were all finished. After saying such words, he estimated that no matter what he said, he would not be able to salvage the situation. This young city lord of Storm City definitely regarded him as a mortal enemy. There was no possibility of negotiation. Sure enough, when Feng Ganglai heard this, he flew into a rage and shouted, "Kill, kill with me. Kill this little bastard Master Potato and snatch the spatial coordinates of the nest back." He instantly attacked, and his whole body turned into a hurricane. It was as if he was the ruler of the wind, the incarnation of the wind, the emperor of the wind. This was a wind demon. Bloodline mystical ability, corrosive storm. In an instant, a black storm surged out from Feng Ganglia's body. With his body as the center, it quickly spread hundreds of kilometers, like a storm raging in all directions. When this black storm surged over, Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He clearly felt the terror of this black storm. It contained the aura of destruction, slaughter, corrosion, and so on. Along the way, the ground was rapidly corroded. Mountains were quickly melted, and even the earth seemed to be corroded into black swamps. Bang, bang, bang. And the few demon kings at the front were caught off guard and touched this corrosive storm. Suddenly, they felt a warm wind hit them, covering their whole bodies. Immediately, their bodies quickly withered. Even the protective magic treasures on their bodies could not resist this corrosive power. Their whole bodies melted, and even their bones were corroded, quickly turning into a pool of blood. Feng Ganglai, you have gone too far. Suddenly, the Emerald Master and the other demon kings were angry. They had been bullied to this extent, even if they did not want to resist, they had no choice. After all, the other party clearly intended to kill them. Blackbone Jungle. The great elder of the Blackbone clan made a move. With a wave of his hand, a dense demonic aura appeared, and countless black bones were born from the void, forming a huge blackbone jungle. It was like a cage trapping Feng Ganglai, bewitching all beings. The great elder of the Demon Butterfly clan was not to be outdone. His body shook, and an aura actually spread out, covering tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. The surrounding void distorted, creating a huge environment. Immediately, he split into millions and appeared in front of the many demon kings. His body was beautiful, and he exuded an unparalleled charm. He let out a chuckle, causing one's mind to sway and become dazed. Mosquitoes devour the world. The great elder of the Wind Mosquito clan laughed. He controlled the air, and his whole body turned into a phantom, appearing in front of the many demon kings in front of him. A blood-colored straw appeared in his hand. This was a peerless spirit weapon, blood-devouring needle. Chapter 1827. Other than that, the other demon kings also used their own abilities. They didn't want to be killed by Feng Ganglai and the other demon kings. Demon race god arts blasted down one after another, forming a storm that attacked Feng Ganglai and the other demon kings. The surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers became a huge battlefield. So powerful! Tu Linglong and Qing Wan, who were hiding inside the mountain river Pearl, widened their eyes. This was the first time they saw so many demon kings fighting. This was simply a battle of god arts between top-notch demon kings. Being able to see so many demon monarchs battle in advance and sense the usage of every bloodline divine ability was greatly beneficial to their cultivation. For a moment, they were immersed in a faintly discernible state of comprehension, as though they had comprehended something. Stubborn fool. You think you can fight against me, the wind demon, with just a little trick? You overestimate yourself. Today I, Feng Ganglai, will let you know what it means to have limitless powers and limitless powers. Feeling the bombardment of these god arts, Feng Ganglai snorted coldly. He was unmoved. He waved his hand, and the hundreds of demon kings immediately formed a large formation. He lived in the middle of the formation. In an instant, the violent magic power of these hundreds of demon kings formed a formation and infused it into Feng Ganglai's body, making him the core of the formation. He was strengthened by endless magic power. Feng Ganglai's magic power and aura were rising steadily. He seemed to have reached the peak of the lightning tribulation realm, and he faintly communicated with the lightning tribulation. The sky changed colors, and ripples appeared in the void. At this moment, the Jade Master and the other Demon King's god arts blasted down, all bombarding Feng Ganglai's body. Instantly, countless holes appeared on Feng Ganglai's body. It was as if his body had been torn into pieces, and there was no longer a complete shape. However, with just a little bit of magic power, countless air currents gathered in the depths of the void, and the originally tattered Wind Demon King's body quickly recovered. It was unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Even its aura was even more terrifying, producing the pressure of a big demon king, making people tremble. Damn, this is the body of a wind demon. The Emerald Master's expression was extremely ugly as he recognized the power of the fierce wind divine art. This kind of body is formless and colorless, and it is traceless. Normal martial power cannot harm it at all. This is because the essence of a wind demon is wind. Normal attacks are useless against a wind demon. Only soul attacks can harm the wind demon and kill it. This was why the wind demon was so terrifying and why Storm City was so powerful. It was precisely because of this special characteristic of wind demons that allowed wind demons to run amok in the demon world. They were invincible, and ordinary demons could only submit to their rule without daring to resist. After all, ordinary attacks were useless, which put the wind demon in an invincible position, even though she knew that only soul attacks could kill her opponent. However, how many demons were proficient in soul divine arts? Furthermore, for a soul divine art to be effective, one's soul power had to be stronger than the wind demons. This condition was extremely harsh, which resulted in not many demons being a match for the wind demon. A bunch of idiots. Come on, keep it up. You want to harm me, Feng Ganglai, with your little tricks? You must be dreaming. Even if I stand here without moving, you won't be able to harm a single hair on my head. Feng Ganglai laughed out loud. He was extremely arrogant, thinking that he was invincible. The Emerald Master and the other Demon Kings had extremely ugly expressions. Although they were unwilling to admit it, it was not without reason that Storm City could become the local overlord. This divine art alone was enough to crush many demon kings. I am the ruler of the wind, the emperor of the wind. Anyone who dares to disobey me must die. He sneered and formed a seal with both hands. Countless wind runes appeared from his body. Wind of dizziness. In an instant, waves of gray air spread out from fierce wind demon's body, instantly enveloping the area within a radius of thousands of kilometers. All the demons within the range of this gray hurricane felt dizzy. Wind of freezing. Waves of white air currents gushed out, as if there was a snowstorm. They contained terrifying coldness, and as they blew past, they froze everything within 30,000 kilometers, freezing the ground. Wind of blazing flames. This was the air that blew from the depths of the volcanoes, carrying the endless power of flames. It was as if supervolcanoes had erupted, bringing about terrifying destruction. Wind of lightning. Black holes appeared in the depths of the void, and countless purple air currents descended. The hurricane blew like a lightning tribulation, destroying everything and containing unparalleled destructive power. Countless illusory air currents erupted at the same time, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, enveloping the Emerald Master and the other demon kings. It was as if the terrifying air currents were going to completely destroy this world. It's over. The Emerald Master and the other demon kings' faces were ashen. They could sense the terrifying power of the hurricane crushing over. This time, they would probably suffer countless casualties. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would definitely be seriously injured. They probably wouldn't be able to obtain the following black hole worm. They regretted so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have invited this prodigal Master Mateto. They hadn't even entered the worm nest, and they had already provoked such a powerful enemy, causing them to fall into such a predicament. If there was a chance to turn back time, they would want to immediately strangle Master Mateto, this scourge of demons. You want to kill my life and death friend? Feng Ganglai, you're a little too arrogant. Have you asked me, Master Mateto? At this moment, Xia Ping attacked. If he attacked again, most of their team would probably be killed by Feng Ganglai. He wouldn't allow this to happen. Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman. Boom. The sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers darkened, and dark clouds covered the sky. Primordial heavenly dragons emerged from the void, and there were a total of 46 of them. The appearance of these 46 primordial heavenly dragons simply covered the sky and the earth, emitting a dragon's might that was incomparable to the dark clouds. Their aura swept through the world, and all the low-level creatures trembled. This was the suppression from their bloodline. What? Feng Ganglai was originally still arrogant, and his expression was ferocious. He wanted to kill the Emerald Master and the other demon kings in one fell swoop, but he suddenly felt the aura of these primordial heavenly dragons. He was immediately shocked and frantically retreated, not daring to attack again. Because he felt a fatal killing intent, he exploded inch by inch. If he still dared to be arrogant, he would most likely be killed here, and there would be no possibility of survival. Before Feng Ganglai could react, the 46 primordial heavenly dragons attacked at the same time. The heavenly dragons stretched out their claws, and all the air currents in the world shrank. It was as if these giant claws filled the world, and nothing could contain them. Boom! Chapter 1828. Impossible Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman? This is a treasure left behind by the Dragon Clan in various parts of the universe. It would be a great fortune for an ordinary demon to obtain one. You actually obtained so many. Where did you find them? Feng Ganglai was also a knowledgeable person. He immediately recognized that this was the famous Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman. The talisman was filled with sacred, vast, noble, invincible, and other auras. This kind of heavenly dragon aura was extremely frightening. It was like the apex of the food chain. A slight pressure from the aura would cause his soul to tremble, almost immobilizing him. Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman. The Emerald Master and the other demon kings, who escaped from certain death, also widened their eyes and looked at Xia Ping in disbelief. They suddenly realized something and thought of Black-Wind Old Demon's death. So that was the case. He actually had a supreme treasure like the Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman. It was no wonder that he could easily kill Black-Wind Old Demon. The Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman was famous and indeed had such power. But when they thought of how Xia Ping only attacked when they were about to be killed by Feng Ganglai, they guessed that he might have wanted to show them his strength. Their faces darkened. They had to admit that they were indeed shocked. This young demon was extremely fierce. How did you find it? It's none of your business, country demon. Xia Ping did not bother to talk nonsense with Feng Ganglai. He formed seals with both hands and controlled the Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talisman to attack Feng Ganglai. It had to be said that after obtaining Black-Wind Old Demon's 18 Primordial Heavenly Dragon Talismans, the power of these talismans had suddenly increased by several times. It was much more tyrannical than before. Every movement of these talismans contained great power. When they were completely activated, there was really a trace of the aura of the primordial heavenly dragon awakening from chaos. Country demon? Master Mutato, you dare to humiliate me? So what if you have the primordial heavenly dragon talisman? Your realm is not high enough, and your dermic powers are not enough. How can you control it? Watch how I destroy you. Feng Ganglai shouted angrily and ordered the hundreds of demon kings to attack. They formed an array and infused their dermic powers. Immediately, the mana on its body burned wildly. It was as if the endless airflow between heaven and earth had gathered at its center of gravity, forming a huge whirlpool of airflow. With its body as the center, a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers turned into a terrifying storm, and its location was the center of the storm. Dimensional worlds in the depths of the void opened up one after another, pouring in boundless dimensional energy. One after another, wind elemental spell formations appeared and strengthened Feng Ganglai's body. Vaguely, his body was covered with countless layers of astral winds, forming the boundary of the wind god. Under the cover of the wind god's enchantment, Feng Ganglai's body seemed to be covered with layers of terrifying spatial barriers. He was indestructible and stronger than any iron wall. However, the 46 primordial sky dragons attacked at the same time. The sky dragon clawed out, and the terrifying power of the sky dragon gathered in the center as it clawed at Feng Ganglai. The wind god barrier on Feng Ganglai's body immediately exploded. It was torn apart inch by inch, unable to block the primordial heavenly dragon talisman at all. This was the heavenly dragon's claw. It traversed through the void, traversing through the ages, looking down on everything in the world. Immediately, Feng Ganglai let out a shrill scream. He felt as though every inch of his nerves had shattered. His entire body was invaded by the power of the sky dragon and was being destroyed in a frenzy. Every inch of his muscles, every bone, and even every cell felt as though they were being bitten by the sky dragon. Even his soul was suppressed by the dragon's might and was about to collapse. If this continued, he would definitely be blasted to death by the claw. As for the many demon kings behind him, they could not withstand the might of the claw. The array immediately collapsed and shattered inch by inch. Energy constantly exploded, producing earth-shattering sounds. Many demon kings from Stormwind City let out shrill cries. Unable to withstand the backlash of the array breaking, they directly exploded into pieces and turned into a pile of meat paste. No good, I have to escape. Burn my bloodline, Sky Fiend disintegration. Come out, wind of concealment. At this moment, Feng Ganglai, who felt a fatal crisis, bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bloodline in his body began to burn crazily, and his lifespan was being depleted rapidly. The blood in his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every meridian was broken and collapsed. His originally black hair had actually turned white, and his body was filled with a grayish-white, declining aura. He was like a dying old man. At this moment of life and death, in order to resist the power of the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman, Feng Ganglai actually used his bloodline and his lifespan as the price to display the supreme escape technique of the Wind Demon Clan, Wind of Concealment. If he did this, he would lose at least 3,000 years of his lifespan, causing irreparable damage. It might even cause his cultivation to regress, making it difficult for him to advance. Such a loss was unimaginable. However, Feng Ganglai had no choice but to do this, because if he did not escape now, he would die in the hands of the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman. If he escaped now, he would still have a chance to make a comeback in the future and recover his lifespan. However, if he did not escape now, he would die in the hands of Master Mutato now. Therefore, by doing this, he still had a chance of survival. Die now or die in the future. Feng Ganglai instantly made a decision. He could be considered an extremely decisive demon king. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless vortexes appeared on Feng Ganglai's body, devouring the power of space. Many spatial runes appeared on the surface of his body, and in just a few breaths, he actually turned into a transparent spatial airflow. In the next second, he quickly escaped, leaving this dangerous battlefield. Quick, chase after him. Feng Ganglai is trying to escape. The expressions of the Emerald Master and the other demon kings changed. They could see that Feng Ganglai wanted to escape, so they immediately wanted to chase after him and kill him here and now. After all, Feng Ganglai was the young city lord of Storm City. If such a strong enemy escaped, he would definitely take revenge in the future. At that time, it would be a disaster for Emerald City. Therefore, they had to kill Feng Ganglai here and eliminate him at the roots. They had to eradicate this scourge so that Storm City would not be able to find the murderer even if they wanted to. However, Feng Ganglai's speed was really too fast. He turned into a spatial airflow and escaped into the depths of the void. It was not something that the Emerald Master and the other demon kings could catch up to. Xia Ping could catch up, but he did not make a move. He let Feng Ganglai escape because he needed Feng Ganglai to be alive. Only with Feng Ganglai alive would the Emerald Master and the other demon kings be on the same boat as him and not dare to betray him. Moreover, he was not worried about Feng Ganglai's revenge. After all, he could not stay in the demon realm forever. Once he obtained the black hole worm, he would leave. Why would he worry about the forces of Storm City? Therefore, allowing Feng Ganglai to escape would only bring Xia Ping benefits and no harm at all. Master Mutato, just you wait. I will remember you. Obviously, Feng Ganglai was very unwilling. Even if he escaped, he had to leave behind some harsh words. Chapter 1830. This is the nest? After a few breaths, Xia Ping passed through the spatial tunnel and entered the nest. Suddenly, he found himself in a dark vacuum. It was like a starry sky, and there were many large planets around him. Fortunately, he had already advanced to the returning nature realm and condensed his essence soul, so he could survive in a vacuum. Otherwise, he would probably die from lack of oxygen the moment he entered the nest. No living beings? However, Xia Ping scanned with his divine sense and found that there were no signs of living beings living on these planets. They were completely uninhabited planets, and there were not even any plants on them. They were bare and lifeless. The problem was, this was the nest, which could be considered the base camp of the black hole worms. There should be many black hole worms, so why did it look barren? If that was the case, where did the black hole worms live? The Emerald Lord seemed to see through Xia Ping's doubts and said, Brother Wu, the black hole worms don't live on these planets, but in unique dimensional black holes. This is their unique nest. As for why these planets appeared here, it's probably because the black hole worms devoured space energy and opened up wormholes everywhere, inadvertently bringing the planets in the universe into the nest. Dimensional black holes? According to what you said, where do the black hole worms live? Can we find them? Xia Ping asked. Of course. Do you see in front? There's a nest tunnel there. It might be a nest dug by the black hole worms themselves. The Emerald Lord pointed at the vacuum in front of them. There was a black hole the size of a bucket. It was deep and dark, like a spatial tunnel with no end in sight. According to the Emerald Lord, the black hole worms were maverick creatures and did not like to live in groups. They might still live in their mother's nest when they were young, but once they grew up and had independent hunting abilities, they would leave their mother's nest and create their own nest. In fact, if Patriarch Black Insect hadn't used his supreme powers to capture all of these black hole worms and place them in his nest, these solitary black hole worms would probably still be scattered all over the universe and never come into contact with each other. Let's go. There might be a black hole worm there. Some demon kings' eyes lit up with excitement. They moved instantly and used their extreme speed, hoping to seize the initiative. They rushed into the black hole, trying to capture the black hole worm inside and completely refine it. Immediately, 5 or 6 demon monarchs rushed into the black hole. They immediately discovered that there was a boundless spatial world inside the black hole. However, they soon discovered that this spatial world was not as simple as it seemed. It was a world of pure lava. Terrifying flames burned everywhere. It was like a world of flames. Ah! Damn it, there's no black hole worm here. It's a trap, a trap. Save us, Emerald Master, save us. No, we don't want to die. We don't want to die. Quick, demon, save us. Instantly, these demon kings let out shrill screams. Their entire bodies were covered in lava, and flames were burning everywhere. If it were an ordinary flame, the demon kings wouldn't care about it at all. However, this was no ordinary flame. It was a terrifying deviant flame that came from the depths of the dimension. It contained immense destructive power. They immediately issued a cry for help, hoping that Xia Ping and the others would come to their rescue. However, this happened too quickly. Xia Ping and the others couldn't save them in time. Even if they could, they didn't have any intention of helping. After all, these demon monarchs had impure intentions. They clearly wanted to be the first to snatch the black hole worm. Why would they help these idiots who wanted to monopolize the black hole worm? In just an instant, these demon monarchs were burned to death by the flames. They let out shrill screams. Even their souls were burned to ashes by the flames. These demon monarchs were originally existences who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the demon realm. Now they were dead. They couldn't even struggle. Seeing this scene, many demon monarchs were terrified. They immediately realized that this place was no paradise. It was a tiger's den where they could die at any time. What's going on? Didn't they say that this is the nest of the black hole worm? Why is it a trap? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and stared at the Emerald Master. He felt that this demon was very sinister. He deliberately said these things and hid the key information. His goal was to send some greedy demons to their deaths. Those brothers are too anxious. I haven't finished speaking yet. It's such a pity. The Emerald Master revealed a sorrowful expression. Although there might be black hole worms in black hole lairs, the problem is that not every black hole nest has black hole worms. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Black hole worms are the same. In order to protect themselves, they will build many black hole lairs, and these black hole lairs contain great danger. Some might be a world of fire, some might be a world of ice and snow, and some might even be a world of poison. These are the energies that the black hole worm draws from the dimensional world. They contain great danger. Once someone accidentally steps into one of these black hole lairs, they will fall into the black hole worm's trap and die. They will never come out alive. That's why black hole worms are so difficult to obtain and refine. He felt that it was a pity. He thought that he could trick Xia Ping, but he didn't expect this kid to be so calm. He didn't act immediately, nor was he impatient. Such a temperament was out of his expectations. I see. It seems that finding the black hole worm isn't that simple. It will take a lot of time. Xia Ping nodded. That's okay. What we don't lack the least is time. The Emerald Master wasn't anxious at all. However, although the Emerald Master wasn't anxious, Xia Ping didn't want to waste too much time here. As the saying went, a long night is fraught with trouble. This was the demon realm, and who knew what would happen? As time passed, more and more demon realm mighty figures would come to this place. It was better to quickly refine the black hole worm and quickly leave the demon realm. Xia Ping. At that moment, the Green Luan's voice sounded faintly. Head northwest. I can sense that there might be great opportunities there. There might be black hole worms. Northwest. Xia Ping raised his brows. He knew that this was a sign of the Green Luan's bloodline ability. It was a bit similar to his Khanate Dharma treasure, the Wish Compass, which could find various types of fortuitous encounters and Dharma treasures. Chapter 1831. The area of this worm nest was too big, at least equivalent to hundreds of star fields. It was vast and boundless. Just by relying on the ability to fly, one would not be able to reach the end. And Xia Ping listened to the Green Phoenix's instructions and kept flying in the northwest direction. They flew like this for 3 days and 3 nights. However, along the way, they did not find anything. They only passed by a desolate planet and found many extremely dangerous traps and worm nests, almost causing some monster kings to die. This also made many monster kings angry and resentful. Brother Wu, why do you keep going in this direction? Why not change direction? I think there might be a black hole worm in the east, a monster king suggested. No, just go in this direction. If you are dissatisfied, you can leave the team and leave. Xia Ping glanced sideways and did not explain anything. He had absolute confidence in the Green Phoenix's ability. What? Hearing this, the Monster King was immediately angered. A monster at the returning nature realm actually dared to speak to him like this. He was really too bold and did not give him any face at all. If he was not afraid of the ancient heavenly dragon talisman on this kid, he would have already smacked this bastard to death. However, after weighing the strength of both sides, he still endured it. After all, the power of the 46 ancient heavenly dragon talismans was too terrifying. It was not something he could resist. What is he so arrogant for? Isn't he just backed by the treasures of the ancient heavenly dragon talismans? Without these treasures, this Master Potato is just trash. How would he dare to be arrogant with us Dharma Plane experts? A Monster King gritted his teeth and secretly expressed his dissatisfaction. Of course, he also used his divine sense and did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, if this Master Potato heard it, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He could only secretly complain. That's right. He's just a playboy. He's lucky to have a good father and got the ancient heavenly dragon talisman. Otherwise, how would he be qualified to search for the black hole worm with us Dharma Plane experts? His luck is heaven-defying and he has a good family background. Naturally, he is a bit arrogant. There is no way to compare. Compare his grandpa. If I also have the ancient heavenly dragon talisman, let's see if this kid still dares to be arrogant. I will immediately beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground and cries for his parents. I will let him know why the flowers are so red. In fact, many demon monarchs had been dissatisfied with Xia Ping over the past few days. This was because Xia Ping had acted arbitrarily and insisted on walking in this direction, ignoring the opinions of many demon monarchs. As proud and arrogant monster kings, how could they stand being ordered around like this? If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to borrow some of Xia Ping's power, they would have long left in a huff. It's better if you speak less. If this hot-tempered hedonistic son hears you, you'll have to bear the consequences. It was still a little wary of Xia Ping's ability. It was afraid that Xia Ping had some kind of secret treasure that could eavesdrop on their divine sense transmissions, which would bring them great trouble. A hairy monster actually dared to defecate and piss on our heads. He doesn't respect us, the Monster Kings, at all. Brother Jadet, what do you say? We can't let him do as he pleases. A demon king looked at the Emerald Lord, wanting it to make the decision. Hearing these words, the Emerald Lord was overjoyed. This brat had been courting death these days and offended many Monster Kings. Now was the best time for it to rope in demon hearts. However, it still put on an act and said, "Everyone, we're all monsters on the same boat. Let's not treat each other like outsiders. In fact, Brother Wu is doing this for our own good. Perhaps he has discovered something." Discovered my ass. He only knows how to wander around. A Monster King scolded, "I've seen too many hedonistic sons. They can do anything on a whim. If he really discovered something, why didn't he say it? Why is he still stubbornly going his own way?" That's right. We've seen that brat's arrogance before. He could have avoided conflict with Stormwind City outside the nest and discussed things peacefully. It's not like we can't coexist peacefully. A Monster King mentioned what had happened before and was filled with anger. But that brat started shouting about fighting and killing the moment he arrived. He completely offended Feng Ganglai, and there's no way to salvage the situation. That brat is having a good time. He killed many Monster Kings from Stormwind City, beat Feng Ganglai away, and obtained countless treasures. Moreover, he has a huge backer and is not afraid of Stormwind City. But what about us? Our roots are in Emerald City. We can run, but we can't run. How can we bear the anger of Stormwind City in the future? Is our only choice left? It was very dissatisfied with what Xia Ping had done before, and now it was venting its anger. The other Monster Kings also nodded in agreement. What Xia Ping had done previously had caused them great harm, but Xia Ping's prestige was still there, so no one dared to say anything. The Emerald Lord was extremely happy. Now that Master Wu Taidu had angered the public, it only needed to raise its voice, and there would be many followers. This was the general trend, and with the people's hearts in their hands, wouldn't it be successful? However, it was not anxious and wanted to keep a low profile. It coughed and said, "Everyone, I know what you are thinking, but finding the black hole worm is the most important thing now. As long as we get the black hole worm, the threat of Stormwind City is nothing. We can join a stronger force at any time, and there's even a possibility of becoming a monster sage in the future. We can't fall out with this brat now. After all, the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman on him is not simple. Once it is activated, dozens of lightning tribulation realm monsters are not his match. With this brat here, we can go smoothly, and we can use his power to obtain the black hole worm." The other monster kings also understood this point. In fact, if they did not want to use Xia Ping, they would not be willing to endure Xia Ping's violent temper and would have already attacked him. They were all smart people, and naturally knew how to weigh the pros and cons compared to the benefits of the black hole worm. Suffering a little grievance was nothing. "Brother Emerald, you can't say it like that. That brat is rich and powerful, and he has a treasure in hand. If he wants to monopolize all the black hole worms, we can't do anything to him. Who knows if he will fall out with us? He is just an outsider, and I don't believe in the character of this hedonistic son," a monster king shouted. He very insidiously said what the other monster kings were worried about. He was the Emerald Master's underling, and he said these words to build momentum for the Emerald Master and unite the other monster kings. Many monster kings were also awestruck. They were also worried about this point. This Master Potato was too powerful, and if he really fell out with him, they might not be able to do anything. Fall out with him? Who knows who will fall out with him then? The Emerald Master sneered. There are countless old monsters fighting for the black hole worm this time, and there are also many who can block the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman. If we wait until this brat and the other old monsters are injured, we can sneak attack and eliminate this brat. At that time, not only can we obtain the black hole worm, but we might even be able to take the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman from this brat for ourselves. There are many such benefits. Of course, this also requires the help of all brothers. Otherwise, this plan has no possibility of success. Hearing this, the eyes of the other monster kings lit up. If they could find a chance to sneak attack and kill this Master Potato, those immemorial heavenly dragon talismans would probably fall into their hands. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.